Distinguished participants, let's take our seat. Our chief guest is entering. Can we all raise up, please, to welcome her with a big round of applause? I would request we take the high table straight away. Our chief guest will request you to raise up for the anthems and the prayer. The national anthem of the Republic of Rwanda, please. Anthem.
Mungu twaomba ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Reverend Father John Bosco for the prayer.
We put ourselves and our work in the hands of the Lord. Almighty God, the source of all wisdom and knowledge, we thank you for bringing us safely together to deliberate on issues and matters that are important for educational growth and development in East Africa. We pray that you inspire the chairperson to lead diligently and guide the members throughout this meeting. Grant the members wise understanding of matters to be considered, and may all that we discuss contribute towards the noble cause of building and strengthening the Inter-University Council for East Africa and the unity of East African countries for your glory. Amen.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor Ines Ruhengeri, Rwanda. Please let's take our seats. Honorable Dr. Valentine Uwamaria, the Minister for Education, Republic of Rwanda, our chief guest. Honorable Andrea Aguer Arik, the Deputy Secretary General, East African Community. Professor Calixte Kabera, Chairperson, Inter-University Council for East Africa. Dr. Didas Mganga Kayihura, the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, and the Chairperson of this opening session. And Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona, Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa. Before we start, Chief Guest, allow me to recognize the presence of our governments who are in the House. We have a permanent and the principal secretaries, ministries responsible for East African community, and the ministries of education. I would like to start recognizing the presence of our principal secretary, Minister of East African Cooperation, Kenya, Abdi Dubat. Please you stand up, please, and wave to so that people can see you. Thank you very much for coming, PS. We have in the house Mama Edith Mwanje, Meaka, Uganda, a long-term friend of IUCEA. Thank you very much, Mama Mwanje. We have Burundi, Meaka Burundi, who are chairing the coordination committee of Meakas. Thank you very much for coming. Republic of South Sudan, Christina, you stand up, please. We have also in the house PSs responsible for Ministry of Education. I have a Professor Caroline Nombo, the PS Education, United Republic of Tanzania. Professor Frederick Bangirinama, Minister of Education, Republic of Burundi. The Republic of South Sudan is represented by 2 PSs or representatives because the education is structured in a way that 2 representatives are in the house. We have a Professor Deng Robert, please you stand up. I think he's responsible for higher education. And then Dr. Sisto Otim, please stand up, responsible for general education. Then we have a Mr. Ndaubuki, representing PS Education Kenya. Thank you very much. This is a testimony that our governments are committed Very sorry for the oversight, maybe because we are seated alone in there. PS Rwanda, our host, please stand up for a big round of applause. But I have to guess. It's represented. I read it. It's a substantive PS in the house. No, I read it. Yeah. And the PS Uganda, Education, please stand up, please. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, before you, we have a congregation of higher education stakeholders, which comprises of vice chancellors, rectors, principals of universities, higher education institutions. We have the business council in the house, representing the private sector. We have development partners. And if I could do a request for recognition also, if we could ask the German Corporation representative, GIZ, if you could stand up. Thank you very much. We have a RUFORUM, Regional Universities Forum for Agriculture, Professor Patrick Okori. And then we have a very important global partner, Obriel, Representative Obriel International, please stand up. We have other partners who are going to make contribution in the form of presentation, panel discussion, etc., etc. I was also recognized the presence of the media houses present here today.
Recording in progress.
You can see a lot of cameras around here. To ensure that they are going to cover comprehensively what's going to transpire in this house for the next 2 days. With that, I want to say we have also, I forgot to mention, very important anchors of IUCEA in the development of higher education in the region. These are heads of commissions and councils for higher education. Can I start with the Democratic Republic of Congo? Professor, please, thank you. And Professor Mike Kuria, Kenya. Professor Kihampa, United TCU, Tanzania. And then Uganda, we have Professor, if you can stand up. Your name has slipped, though you are my neighbor, you are my mother, sometimes the name slips by the tongue. Okwakol, sorry. Thank you very much. All protocols observed. With that, I would like to invite the chairperson of the opening session, the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda, to take us through the official opening session. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, the chairperson.
Honorable Minister of Education and our chief guest at this 14th Inter-University Council of East Africa's annual meeting and conference. Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Honorable Chairperson of the IUCEA, Honorable ES, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, a very good morning, and welcome to Rwanda, welcome to Kigali. Today, as it has been introduced, and you all have it in those flyers given and booklets, we are grateful to have this Inter-University Council for East Africa's annual meeting and conference held here in Rwanda, the 14th Inter-University Council for East Africa's annual meeting and conference. We are privileged to have had you for some days. There are those that we were together yesterday. We are still together here, and we shall be together tomorrow, some of you, and many more are following online. We are grateful, Honourable Minister, our guest of honor, for having you here, having squeezed from your busy schedules and found time to come and be with us for this morning during this conference. We have a bit of long agenda for the day, but I'll just introduce for this session, and the rest of it shall be introduced later. Right, in a few minutes, we shall be having remarks from our Honorable ES. I will be giving his remarks, and will take us through the theme briefly and why we are convened here for this annual meeting and conference. Right after him, we shall have remarks from the chairperson of this August Assembly and the Inter-University Council for East Africa, who shall be followed by statements from IUCEA partners. Maybe not all of them, because all of you gathered here are our partners, but a few of you will be representing. After that, then we shall be having the statement from the DSG, who will be representing the Honorable Secretary General, Dr. Peter Matuki. And thereafter, we shall have the speech and official opening by the guest of honor, the chief guest, Honorable Minister Valentine Uwamariya, Minister of Education of the Republic of Rwanda, then followed by a key note presentation on the future of higher education in the age of digital transformation, the place of data science and artificial intelligence in higher education, that shall be presented by Mr. John Hall, the Chief Product and Technology Officer, African Leadership University, Rwanda. And after that, then there will be a signing of the MOU for Academic Consortium and Copyright Licenses Agreement. It is still scheduled, and to end that session, it shall be followed by a group photo and then a health break. Honourable Minister, our chief guest, without taking much ado, because time is not on our side, I want to take this pleasure to, before taking that, I once again want to introduce myself. I'm Kayihura Mugandiras, and I'm the Vice Chancellor, University of Rwanda. And I will be the chair, and I am the chair for at least this first session this morning. And I take the pleasure to welcome the Honorable Professor Gaspar Himbona, the Executive Secretary of IUCEA, to give his remarks. Welcome, yes.
Chair, allow me to introduce another important group that is participating in this forum. These are online participants. They are in big numbers. I forgot to mention that we have also online participants who are following.
If it is going to take so long, I will invite the ES.
No, I'm not just mentioning, mentioning.
Okay,
I'm just mentioning that we have virtual participants who are following this conversation. And then allow me also to mention that I forgot to mention it's an oversight, the Permanent Executive Secretary of the National Commission for Higher Education Republic. Ndayizeye Leonidas, please you stand up, you greet. Yeah. And in a rally, in a relay running, it's not only the last person who gets the credit. Even those who start in the middle, the medium, and toward the end get the credit. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the immediate past Executive Secretary of IUCEA, who is the House, Professor Alexander Liambabaje. Please stand up. You gave the stick to Gaspard. Gaspard is running now in the rally. So thank you for coming, Professor. Yeah, karibu, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of this session. The chief guest, Honorable Dr. Valentine Uwamaria, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda. The Secretary General, East African Community, Honorable Dr. Peter Mathuki, represented by Honorable Andrea Arik, the Deputy Secretary General, Infrastructure, Productive Sector, Social and Political, Principal and Undersecretaries, Permanent Secretaries from the Ministry of, in charge of East African Affairs, Principal Undersecretaries and Permanent Secretaries from the Ministry of Education, East African Community, Partner States, Chairperson, Executive Committee, Inter-University Council for East Africa, members of the Executive Committee, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Executive Director, East African Business Council, the Executive Secretary of the Regional University Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, Professor Okori, thank you very much for coming. Chairperson, standing committees of the Executive Committee of IUCEA here present, directors, executive directors, CEO, National Commission for Higher Education here present, executive directors, National Commission for Science and Technologies here present, vice chancellors, rectors, principals for IUCEA member universities and higher education institutions here present, Dr. Abdallah Baguma, the president of the East African Quality Assurance Network. I believe you are in the room. Professor Penina Wambabazi, the president of the newly established East African Community Academic and Research Network for Regional Integration. I hope also you are in the room. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Keynote speakers and panelists here present. Professor Alexandra Liambabaje, a former Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa. Thank you very much for coming. Invited guests and the international and regional experts here present. Staff of IUCEA, can you raise up for recognition, please? Staff from IUCEA Secretariat. Thank you very much. Media fraternity here present. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, a very good morning to you all. I'm greatly honored to warmly welcome you all to the opening session of the 14th IUCEA annual meeting and conference, which will focus discussions on the future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence, a reality that we are already experiencing today and that we must accept to face. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge with utmost gratitude the presence of the chief guest, Honorable Dr. Valentine Uwamaria, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, who accepted our invitation to come and grace the official opening of the 14th IUCEA annual meeting and conference. Allow me to also, in the same vein, recognize and thank the Secretary General of the East African Community, represented here by the Honorable Andrea Arik, Deputy Secretary General, to also recognize the principal, permanent and undersecretaries from the ministries responsible for East African Community Affairs and ministry in charge of higher education in partner states for funding time from their busy schedule to participate and be part of this particular conference today. I also do extend our warm welcome to all participants from online and physically here, to our development partners, the government of Germany agencies, that is GIZ present here, the World Bank, I believe they are online, Obriel Global, they are here presented in the room, and our sister institutions, Forum and ISTECO, our member institutions, and all the participants for honoring our invitation. Without you, this activity would have no meaning. Allow me, Honorable Chief Guests, on behalf of all the participants, to extend our sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Republic of Rwanda for a warm welcome that has been extended to us since our arrival, and more importantly, for accepting our request to host this event here in Kigali. Our chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, in our preparation for this conference, it was deemed necessary to use the event to give an opportunity to higher education fraternity an avenue to dialogue on one of the current global topical issues on how higher education institutions should embrace the emerging technologies and align their learning outcomes to the changing demand in the world of work in terms of the skills that higher education institutions should provide. Thus, the theme, the future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence, was formulated to provide focus to our discussion today. As you are aware, the Inter-University Council for East Africa, as one of the institutions of the East African community, was established with a key responsibility of advising the East African community partner states on all matters related to higher education in the community. It was also tasked to promote collaborative research, conduct subject meeting, conference, and workshops, to promote through relevant activities in the member universities the meaning and the value of East African unity. I wish, therefore, to state here that the theme fits into the aspiration and what IUCEA stands for. Honorable guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, the theme essentially speaks to the following things. Number one, the use of data science and artificial intelligence is inevitably in the developments of higher education. Critically, for us, is to ponder on how data and artificial intelligence are impacting higher education in terms of administration and teaching and learning now, and how it will be affected in the future. When we consider current development in approach of teaching, virtual learning, realities of that advancement in IT, automation, robotics, rapid change in technology, competence, based education, etc., we need to ask ourselves whether we can keep pace with these emerging developments. Number two, the evolvement of data science and artificial intelligence. Learners increasingly have access to automated applications and tools that are capable of processing information and generating knowledge much more efficiently than a human being. To what extent are universities prepared to catch up with such developments? Number three, how can artificial intelligence be positively used to enhance education and research without compromising academic independence, academic honesty, and critical thinking innovation? How can universities deal with associated problems of artificial intelligence in assessment of learners? Number four, the ethical use of artificial intelligence has become a critical concern by the various world leaders in diverse and divides. How can we, as East Africa, prepare ourselves to ensure that we reap the maximum benefit from these technologies without causing any damage to humanity? Lastly, the issue of data management in universities. How do we ensure availability of reliable data at universities and its eventual management and use for planning decision making? How can universities be relevant in the generation of data for national development? These are just some of views that as we dialogue on the theme of the conference and annual meeting, through panel discussions, we need to come up with strategies that will innovatively influence our attitude and approach in curriculum review and development, so that we consider embedding pedagogical methodologies that produce graduates with relevant skills to cope with the evolving labor market needs. In short, the emergence of new technologies, though is drastically changing the landscape of the demand of skills, it should be seen as an opportunity by universities to embrace and walk around if we have to remain relevant and contemporary with these advanced emerging global technologies. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished delegate, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize that as IUCEA, we consider the dialogue session of this conference and annual meeting as a continuation of a participatory approach of engaging stakeholders for us to reflect, refocus, to effectively deliver on our mandate. We therefore look forward to interactive and constructive contribution today. I take this opportunity to once again thank you, the guest of honor, for accepting to officiate this event despite your busy schedule of other official commitment. I also wish to thank the Deputy Secretary General, all permanent Undersecretary and Principal Secretaries, heads of commissions and council for higher education, and all participants joining in such big numbers, physically and online. Just looking at the level of attendance and expectation, I will sit down in satisfaction that already the conference is a success. Allow me to also take this opportunity to thank my organizing committee and the local organizing committee here in Rwanda for all the effort that went into the preparation process for this particular conference. Thank you very much. My role was very simple, but I have taken it too high. It was to extend a welcome to you all, for which I think I have done. So now as my job is done, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite the chairperson of the executive committee, which is the governing board of IUCEA, Professor Karix Kabera, to make his remarks. Thank you very much.
Chief guest, Honorable Dr. Valentine Maria, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, the Deputy Secretary General, EAC, presenting the Secretary General, EAC, the Permanent Secretaries, Ministry of EAC Affairs from partner state, present, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Higher Education from partner state, present, the member of the Executive Committee and of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, the Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspar Kimbona, Vice Chancellors, Rectors and principals here present, distinguished participants, staff of IUCEA, ladies and gentlemen, All protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. Our chief guest, distinguished delegates, on behalf of IUCEA Executive Committee, I would like first of all to join hands with the Executive Secretary of IUCEA to warmly welcome you to this important regional event for higher education stakeholders. This conference here in Kigali. I would like to thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to take part of this important meeting. I would like to thank IUCEA Secretariat for choosing Kigali this meeting. I would like also to say that you are most welcome, and we are happy to host you for this year's meeting. I believe by the end of the conference, we shall all go back home with good memories of our stay in Kigali. This is my first annual conference that I'm attending in my new capacity as the chairperson of the Inter-University Council for East Africa Executive Committee. And I must say I'm very glad for the work IUCEA is doing in promoting collaboration among universities and institutions of higher learning in the region and for availing regional opportunities to dialogue important topical issues that touch the development of higher education, not only in the region but also globally. I want also to take this opportunity to thank the IUCEA Secretariat for the choice of a relevant theme for this conference. The future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence. Our chief guest, distinguished delegates, I'm informed that this conference seeks to underscore the importance of advancement in technology, especially information technology and its application in teaching and learning, research and innovation, among others. I therefore challenge us, the higher education institutions, leadership, to take cognizance of many aspects that will be affected by this technological advancement and how we can address the potential impact on higher education and on our life in general. This IUCEA 5 years strategic plan 2021-2026 has put emphasis on developing capacity for research and innovation that balances knowledge generation, innovation, and the productivity in collaboration with industries and other stakeholders. These new innovations should also factor in the role of artificial intelligence, which is increasingly becoming so dominant, not only in our core business of our universities, but also in our normal life. I would like to urge each one of us here today to take deep reflection on how we can keep in tandem with the growth and development in higher education, especially the role of the fourth industrial revolution technology, dealing with big data science, robotics, and artificial intelligence, among others. It is our expectation, and indeed my own expectation, that by the end of this conference, we shall work out all here with concrete proposals on how to enhance and embrace the new realities in improving our teaching and learning, and the provision of quality education, and hence produce quality graduates. The executive committee of IUCEA and the IUCEA are looking forward to the ideas from the conference being implemented by IUCEA and our member universities in our bid to advance relevant equality, higher education in the region, and provide advisory to the government of EAC partner states, which is one of the core mandate of IUCEA as the institution of the EAC. As I conclude, Chief Guest, allow me to use this opportunity to extend on behalf of the IUCEA Executive Committee our sincere gratitude to all the government of the East African Community Partner States for their continued financial and enabling political support to IUCEA in discharging the regional mandate and the function for the EAC integration agenda. I wish you successful engagement and fruitful discussion during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for those great remarks. And may I invite you to put your hands together once again for him. Thank you. Now it's another great moment where we are going to be having statements from our Inter-University Council for East African Partners. I'm sure they will be quite brief as time is on our side. And I will start by inviting the representative of Forum, Professor Patrick Okori. Please come forward for your statement. I'm sure they will all keep it short.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for today's session. Allow me to be very brief.
Recording stopped.
The Honorable Minister of Education in the Republic of Rwanda, here present, to recognize as well different leaders in the higher education sector in our region here present, the political leadership of East African community here present, development partners, and permit me also to thank in a special way the IUCEA Executive Secretary and his team that invited the forum to be part of this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand on all the protocol that has already been mentioned. We are grateful to be invited here as Forum, the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, a sister agency to the IUCEA. Forum is comprised of 163 universities in 40 countries of Africa, and our specialized niche is on building capacity for agricultural higher education. And that brings together universities and other tertiary institutions to address the critical issue of making agriculture work for the people of Africa. The topic that has set the theme for today is very important. And this is why I say so. Over the last 4 years or thereabout, the question of the future of work is becoming more and more important, especially given the fact that Africa is the youngest continent and will continue to do so. In fact, it is also well captured in the aspirations of our continent, the Agenda 2063. The future of work predictions by the World Economic Forum, the African Union, the African Development Bank, our own countries and region all show that our region will have a very huge labor force. The question is, how do we prepare that labor force going forward 5-10 years ahead for a changing environment that will be impacted by climate change and many other development opportunities. And this is why data science and artificial intelligence become very critical, because among others, it has been identified as one of the major disruptors of the 21st century. As you all know probably, only 20% of formal employment by 2030 will be in standard industry. The rest of that labor force is going to be informally employed in private work. And almost 40% of that labor force will be in the service sector. As you also probably know, productivity, labor productivity in our region, among others, is going to be influenced by the extent to which we skill our people on data science and artificial intelligence, among others. And so this conversation we're going to be having over the next 3 days or thereabouts is extremely important because we are bringing together the institutions responsible for training Africa for today and tomorrow. And so I thank and congratulate the IUCEA for coming forward with this great theme because it enables you, the leaders, to discuss together with all our partners how we can pitch higher education and in particular place the question of digital agriculture. I'm talking of digital agriculture because I'm an agriculturalist and anyway it will change Africa. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll have many conversations. But I want to remind you about just one thing. For us to succeed, I listened to the different people introduced. There were different layers of ecosystems that affect development here. All of them catalytic different levels of engagement. I want to encourage us as we go and leave this place to think about just two words. One of them is strategic engagement. And then the other one, I'm calling it constructive collaboration. We need to do so in these two broad areas because together we can cost leverage the limited resources that we have to bring to bear the kind of impact we want to receive. And so without taking too much of your time, I'm ready to participate through forum member universities, of which all of you are members. I'm really proud to be part of this conversation and discourse today. And end by saying God bless you all. God bless East Africa, and God bless motherland Africa. And most importantly, let me end by thanking the government of Rwanda for being a very good host. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Okori, for those wonderful statements, especially by packaging, reminding us to keep strategic engagement and collaboration, which are quite sisters. Next, among our partners is the representative of Real Global, Ms. Pio Okwiri. Please welcome. And I still trust you make it short. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, IUCEA Secretariat, the permanent secretaries, all higher education stakeholders and protocol observed. My name is Pio Okwiri. I'm representing Real Global. IUCEA has been our partner through the years, and we both believe that higher education is pivotal for development in the region and in the continent. Real Global is based in Spain. However, we work within different continents. We work in Africa, we work in Asia, Latin America, and Europe. And we believe that collaborating with sister partner institutions that have the same belief in terms of development is critical. Now, at Real Global, we believe in promoting South-South-North dialogue. And it is very critical because we all share in the common aspect of making things work. And IUCEA has been our critical partner in terms of that. Now, I just want to highlight the areas in relation to this particular conference. At Real Global, we deal particularly on data and policy-driven data. And this conference is highlighting that as a critical aspect for the development of the continent. And we also believe that capacity building, continuous capacity building makes a difference. You cannot do capacity building and stop. You have to continuously do that so that we have enough human capital that can then drive development. We also believe that production of knowledge is very critical. So we work together with the IUCEA to ensure that we have this working out. Now, just want to highlight, at Obrel Global, we are currently coordinating a continental-wide project that is called Harmonization of African Quality Assurance and Accreditation. And in that particular project, we are going to focus in 3 major areas that I've seen are going to be a focus of this conference. In session 1, we are talking about data-driven higher education. In session 2, we are going to talk about quality assurance, and it's very critical. Even in these terms, after COVID, it's very critical to ensure that we have quality assurance that then makes a difference in our higher education. So we are inviting all higher education stakeholders to enable us move together as an organization, but critically as IUCEA, because for the region and for the East African region, it is very important that we have data-driven higher education. And we're also focusing on regional integration. It's critical that as East Africa, we're working together, but also we cannot all move alone without bringing along the continent. So within this particular project, we're going to work together with also other regions within the continent to try and bring together the higher education stakeholders and the work that we do. So we invite you from Obrel Global to join us together with IUCEA as a key partner to ensure that higher education, quality assurance, and data-driven policy is critical. Therefore, not to take so much time, I try to keep it. Thank you so much for the Republic of Rwanda for hosting us, and thank you so much, Professor Gaspar, for giving us the opportunity to say a short word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Apio. Next, as you all know, when it comes to partners, especially at the EAC, we have German cooperation. I want now to invite Mr. Simon Hobstein to come and submit his statement. Thank you. I will not remind you how to keep it short.
Honorable Minister Dr. Uwe Maria, Deputy Secretary General Andrea Aguer-Arik Malouet, Professor Kabera, IUCEA Chairperson and Executive Secretary, IUCEA Professor Banyan Kimbona, dear esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and valued participants, all protocol observed. It is with great pleasure and honor to be among this distinguished high-level audience at this conference on the future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence. As a partner, GIZ is delighted to be part of this significant event taking place in the vibrant city of Kigali in Rwanda. I would like to express my congratulations to the Inter-University Council for East Africa for organizing this prestigious event and to all the partners and participants for providing their invaluable contributions. The world today is undergoing a profound transformation fueled by the rapid advancements in data science and artificial intelligence. These technologies are revolutionizing every aspect of our lives, including the way we learn, work, and interact with each other. Within this context, the field of higher education stands at a crucial juncture, facing both unprecedented challenges and exciting opportunities. In fact, could you notice that my statement, almost everything I just said, was created by ChatGPT? ChatGPT, however, gave me no words to talk about the necessity for responsible and ethical use of AI, the importance to be aware of potential biases in code leading to discrimination of minorities. There are great opportunities, but we also need to look on how we utilize these new applications offered to us by technology and how, for instance, to cite AI programs as source when relying on existing data. GIZ supports IUCEA in the implementation of its project Digital Skills for an Innovative East African Industry that enables youth from universities across the EAC to utilize digitalization for their own benefit and the benefit of the competitiveness of businesses in the EAC. The EAC Center of Excellence for ICT in East Africa, CENIT@EA, offers its master's program, Embedded and Mobile Systems, the necessary competencies in data science and AI, in collaboration with an academic consortium of universities in each of the East African Community partner states. While competencies in AI and data science are being taught and discussed widely, it is timely for IUCEA to organize this conference to talk about their use in teaching. To say it with ChatGPT, on behalf of GIZ, we look forward to the enlightening discussions, fruitful collaborations, and lasting friendships that will undoubtedly emerge from this conference. Let us embark on this exciting journey together as we shape the future of higher education in the age of data science and AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for keeping it very interesting, but at the same time very short. Thank you so much, Simon. Now, last but not the least, amongst our IUCEA partners is the representative of Senate East Africa Academic Consortium, Professor Joy Kwesiga. Prof, are you? Yes. Please take the floor. Again, I think shorter and shortest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It will be very short indeed. Our guest of honor, all the leadership present, protocol observed. I'm representing a consortium of universities in East Africa and in Germany about Senate, which you have a brochure here. I think they can screen the membership. You can see on the screen in order to save time. We are supposed to have signed a memorandum of understanding yesterday, but we agreed to refine some things here and there. But in summary, Senate is run at the Nelson Mandela University. It brings together several universities in East Africa and Germany. It is running currently a master's program. It has already supported many young students. Mostly it is innovative, it's helping students to innovate. And in this field of our conference, in the theme of our conference, we are very happy that we shall be able to enable young students benefit from this original idea of a center of excellence and move forward so that the innovations that they produce can go beyond innovation to patent and to commercialization. That is the message we want to give you as we move along. We look forward to this being scaled to other levels, and so far we are happy with what is happening. We would like to thank the donors who have supported this idea so far. We'd like to also call upon universities within the consortium and those beyond, because we hope to scale it up to other areas, and then we move on. I'm representing the consortium, but I'm Vice Chancellor of Kigali University, which is in the neighborhood of Kigali here in Uganda. And we are very happy to have this hosting, and we look forward to this regional innovation. We thank the German government, we thank IUCEA for hosting this program, and we thank the Nelson Mandela University. I think the East African countries, I can just mention, just to let you know who is in this area: University of Kinshasa, University of Burundi, University of Juba in South Sudan, Kabale University in Uganda, Moi University in Kenya, University of Technology and Arts of Byumba in Rwanda, and University of Dar es Salaam. The other three universities in Germany, I won't attempt the pronunciation. but it needed practice, which I haven't had. So thank you very much for listening, but this is a very important project that we look forward to have a change so that our students' innovations are not wasted on shelves, but are developed for the benefit of East Africa and Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. And it's not surprising that next to cover is UTAB and your partners. Thank you. Now, may I take this privilege to invite the Honorable Deputy Secretary General to give his statements representing the Honorable Secretary General, Dr. Peter Muthuchi. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Valentin Warayama, Minister of Education, Republic of Rwanda, and our guests of honor, the permanent secretaries, ministries of East Africa Community Affairs present here. I can recognize Honorable Abdi, Honorable Manji Adith, Honorable Severin, and Honorable Christian Peter, permanent secretaries, Minister of Higher Education from partner states, officials from the Republic of Rwanda in attendance, chairperson on IUCEA Executive Committee, Professor Kabera, members of the Executive Committee of Inter-University Council for East Africa, the Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspard Banyakamwanda, and his Deputy Executive Secretary. The Executive Secretary of the Regional University Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, Professor Patrick Okeri, Chairperson of Standing Committee of Inter-University Council Executive Committee, Vice Chancellors, and other higher education managers. The representative, Federal Republic of Germany, the World Bank representative, the representative of Oriel Global, distinguished participants, staff of IUCEA, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from East Africa Community Secretariat headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania. I am greatly delighted and pleased to be with you here today as you congregate for the 14th annual meeting of Inter-University Council for East Africa Community. I wish to convey deep appreciations to Executive Committee, management, and the staff of IUCEA for holding this meeting here in Kigali. Allow me to thank IUCEA for inviting me to be part of this 14th annual meeting of the IUCEA. With a lot of pride, I associate myself and the community with this noble gathering. I am gratified with the choice of the theme of the conference, which gives me confidence that our higher education institutions and stakeholders will be kept abreast with the current advancement on artificial intelligence and data science, and that I expect that the resolutions of this conversation will empower the participants to confidently participate in the global debate on the new technological developments. Our chief guest and distinguished participants, the history of IUCEA as an institution of EAC is one that needs critical reflection. First, having grown over the years from the initial 3 traditional member universities, that is Makerere University, Uganda, University of Nairobi, Kenya, and University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to over 150 member institutions today, and secondly, for weathering the turbulent times and keeping the hope alive, which is highly commendable. As I say, your role in coordination and harmonization of higher education is well appreciated. You have very much contributed to the map of EAC glaring as one of the African regional economic communities that is leading in many aspects of development and harmonization of higher education, not only in Africa, but globally. We should not lose focus of the fact that integration and development of local communities remain critical. As higher education institutions, I challenge you to continue to rethink about the relevance of higher education and research in holistic development process of our region. The community has grown in stature and spatial orientation. Today, in the higher education domain, we talk of the common higher education area. For this to be realized, we need harmonization of standards. We need quality and comparability of products, and that we need common measures of standards. It is prudent that we move in that direction, building synergies from each other and working towards the realization of East Africa, where barriers to students, skills, and labor mobility is minimized and, if possible, eliminated. Secondly, is the aspect of harmonization of payment of university fees charges. This is one such a barrier to mobility. Why should universities charge higher fees for students from other partner states as compared to citizens of that country? The Council of Ministers made a pronouncement and a resolution on that. Fees charge should be uniform, and that students from other partner states should be treated as nationals, and this should be done in local currency. As academia, I encourage you to work more towards coming up with resolutions to problems facing our community to meet the EAC integration agenda. That is how we can make the universities relevant and disentangle ourselves from the ivory tower mentality. I wish to see you people more involved to coming up with resolutions to solve real-time problems of our people in the community. Problems of pandemics, climate change, natural disasters, hunger, environmental issues, conflicts, refugees, among others. We need to rethink our research agenda as a region and as universities. I am glad that the team speak also to research. And we are talking of research that should not end in shelves. Actions and interventions can be undertaken. Our chief guest, distinguished participants, the theme of this conference is one that is so interesting and intriguing. The future of higher education in the age of data, science, and artificial intelligence challenges us to reflect on whether we as academia, as universities, are keeping in tandem with realities and developments in global higher education space. New things keep emerging from virtual universities, learning at home, spending shorter times in school, multiple entry and exit, industry practitioners teaching in universities, and so on and so forth. We need to move with trends that do so carefully without compromising quality. As we discuss the future of higher education in the age of artificial intelligence and data-based data science, we must also address the issues of accessibility. We need to bridge the digital divide and ensure that these technologies are accessible to all students, regardless of their socioeconomic background. This requires a collaboration between governments, educational institutions, and the private sector to provide affordable infrastructure, connectivity, and devices to students even in the most remote areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the higher education in East Africa holds immense potential. By embracing artificial intelligence and data science, we will have an opportunity to create a dynamic, inclusive, and forward-thinking educational ecosystem that prepares our students to thrive in digital age. We must foster innovation, encourage interdisciplinary collaboration, and forge strong partnerships between academia, industry, and the government. I am confident that with our collective efforts and a commitment to excellence, East Africa can become a hub for cutting-edge research, technological innovation, and high-quality education. Together, let us seize this opportunity to shape the future of higher education, empower our youth, and contribute to sustainable development of our region. Lastly, I wish to congratulate IUCEA for great achievements registered over the years in executing its mandate. But IUCEA cannot serve its full mandate efficiently without financial support. I therefore appeal to EAC partner states and member institutions to support the activities of IUCEA as provided in their strategic and operation plans. As EAC, we shall continue to provide all the support and guidance that IUCEA family needs to discharge their mandate. My coming here is a clear testimony enough to that. We are happy with your contribution as IUCEA to EAC integration agenda. I congratulate you all for successful convening this conference and annual meeting, and I wish you good deliberation. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary General, for those great remarks. And our guest of honor, permit me before I invite you to give your speech and official opening, to use the powers and the authority entrusted in me this morning as the chairperson of this session, at least to present to you and recognize the presence of so many vice chancellors and heads of higher learning institutions here present. I invite all of you, vice chancellors, heads of higher learning institutions, to raise up for a great recognition. This is your event. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, Minister, these are the heads of higher learning institutions, vice chancellors, and in all titles as they take them in their respective institutions. Permit me also to recognize the presence amongst us here, the Executive Secretary of the Rwanda National Council for Science and Technology, Dr. Eugene Mutimura. Thank you so much. Now, next, I want to invite our guest of honor, our chief guest, but before I invite her to deliver her speech and the official opening of this session, this conference and annual meeting, I want to tell you that, yes, she's the Minister of Education, and of course, by that you would say she's not new, but I also want to let you vice chancellors, heads of higher learning institutions, know that she's not new in this area. Dr. Valentine Wamaria is an educationist. Before getting appointed as Minister of Education, she was the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Rwanda Polytechnic, where she was in charge of training, research, institutional engagement, and the rest. And before that, She was the Dean of Science, the School of Science at the University of Rwanda. And that school, I think, had a lot to do with today's theme. And so she will be happy to follow the presentation by our expert. And she has a PhD in water science and environmental technology. There is technology, even in water. So, so her profile is very long, and I cannot exhaust it in this short time. And with that, allow me, honorable guest of honor, our minister, to welcome you to give your speech. And probably you'll use that other microphone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, permanent secretaries from partner states, the chairperson of the Inter-University Council for East Africa Executive Committee, the Executive Secretary, IUCEA, representatives from Obrio Global and German Cooperation, World Bank. I don't know if we have a representative from World Bank in this room. Vice Chancellors present, distinguished participants, all protocol observed, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm greatly honored to be invited to grace the official opening ceremony of this conference, the IUCEA conference and the 14th annual meeting. I extend to all of you a warm welcome to the Republic of Rwanda, and specifically to Kigali city. Allow me in a special way to welcome the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community and the permanent secretaries from the Ministries of East African Community Affairs and from Higher Education. And I wish you all a pleasant stay here in Kigali and feel at home. This conference comes at a time when there is a growing demand in higher education for us to rethink the future of higher education globally. The forces that have been shaped by the new realities of virtual learning, the thinking of transformative education, the drive towards competence-based education, and advances in technology, and the new trend of home learning, among others. The theme of the conference fits with the peer view of the current narratives of the realities of what higher education is facing today. We should therefore be alive to these realities. This conference's theme is the future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence. I thank the organizers for choosing this topical issue. The theme of this conference resonates deeply with the rapidly changing landscape of education globally. The advancements in artificial intelligence and data science have brought about a paradigm shift in how we educate our youth and the skills and knowledge required to succeed in the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, in recent years, the East African community has made significant progress in expanding access to higher education. Many countries in the region have launched ambitious higher education initiatives to increase enrollment, improve the quality and relevance of education, and promote research and innovation. These initiatives have led to the establishment of centers of excellence, new universities, the expansion of existing institutions, and the development of new programs and courses, including devising new modes of delivery of academic programs, such as distance and online, and blended learning using diverse digital learning platforms. Increasingly, there is a growing concern about the future of higher education and its currently offered training programs globally in the face of growing technology advancements. These technologies offer greater promises. On the one hand, notably the higher education landscape is rapidly evolving due to the influence of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and data-driven decision making. The use of artificial intelligence and data science tools can improve efficiency, effectiveness, and informed decision-making across all aspects of higher education, from students' learning and retention to financial management and institutional planning. Specifically, benefits for students could include more personalized learning and tutoring outside the classroom, increased accessibility to high-quality education, and rapid responses to generic and repetitive questions, among others. Just as artificial intelligence can personalize students' learning, it allows instructors to personalize lessons and improve their scientific research. We cannot discount the role of information technology and more so artificial intelligence in a development. Today, predictions and simulations are all a product of artificial intelligence. We should therefore invest in information technology and ensure that our population is prepared to embrace it. We need to be deliberate in that undertaking by ensuring we create an enabling environment for information technology and digital globalization. However, for this to happen, higher education institutions must ensure they are an edge ahead of the rest, of that they are prepared to set the pace for the adoption, absorption, and utilization of artificial intelligence. The future of higher education is bright if we are prepared for these new emerging trends. We need to evolve, learn, and unlearn for us to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, technological advancements, mainly ushered in by the Fourth Industrial Revolution, have rendered several academic theories obsolete. It is important that academia quickly work out strategies to remain relevant and ensure that learning is enjoyable. Today, we are dealing with learners who are well exposed to IT and AI, learners who have transited from transformative learning pedagogies to competence-based learning and coming to our universities. The universities that do not keep in tandem with the pace of growth of IT and new development in artificial intelligence will be considered as universities of yesterday. I therefore challenge us here to think and rethink our approaches to teaching, the innovativeness of our universities, our research capacities, and our approaches to handling new caliber learners. While we as a region are still grappling with the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we should be cognizant of the fact that our peers elsewhere have already moved ahead and are at an advanced stage where it is expected that artificial intelligence will take center stage of all walks of life with the minimum use of humans in most of the operations of walks of life. I also wish to draw your attention to the fears often institutions express about artificial intelligence, especially in the aspects of assessment, research, and ensuring that there is originality and no plagiarism. A challenge is sent to the regulators of higher education, policymakers at the ministries responsible, the institutions that implement, the actors and consumers to devise strategies on how to embrace AI in teaching and learning, research, product development, and in the industry, and also addressing weaknesses that come along with advancement. The adoption of artificial intelligence and data science inevitably requires close partnership and collaboration with the private sector, the industry, and the world of work. Experiences within the East African Community region have already demonstrated that when industry and academia come together, they can produce innovative products that solve real-world problems. I'm glad to learn that IUCEA has been the champion of this partnership through the Academia Private Sector Partnership Forum, APPF, and I would like to strongly encourage participants to cultivate meaningful collaborations between industry and academia. It is my expectation that the resolutions of this important conversation on data science and artificial intelligence will provide critical advice to the government of the EAC partner states on how best we should make beneficial use of these technologies. So please ensure that the outputs of this conference reach out to all important government ministries, departments, and agencies for various uptake. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, once again, do accept my gratitude and that of the Minister of Education in Rwanda for the invitation and the honor to participate in this conference. Allow me now to officially declare that this conference is officially open, and I wish very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister and our chief guest, for opening this conference and annual meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Honourable Minister just told us that those who have been fearful, who have been having those fears of how we are going to keep our originality, the originality in research, in teaching, innovations, and so forth, it will still be. However, I want to share with you that in a few, maybe almost a year ago, when I was still into another sector, I went for a conference of the kind in Singapore, and the theme was the future of justice. And it ended up at artificial intelligence and things of the sort. And now, today, in the education sector, we are talking about the future of higher education. And it is getting to artificial intelligence. And I think the future is artificial intelligence. Honourable Chief Guest, our next item on the agenda is to have a keynote presentation. And for you to enjoy it better, to enjoy the presentation, I want to suggest that you take back your seats. The Honourable PS has been lonely for quite some time, and invite you to join him. And I take the time to invite Please. Thank you so much. And now I want to take this opportunity to invite a special person. I came to learn that he's a learned colleague who will be talking about technology. I would expect that talking about this topic, presenting on the future of higher education age of the digital transformation, on the place of data science and artificial intelligence in higher education would be a topic to be addressed by, to be presented by an IT guru who took all her trainings into that sector and has been in that practice. But I want to welcome to the stage our keynote speaker, who is Mr. John Hall. Today, he serves as the Chief Product and Technology Officer at the African Leadership University. And he's responsible for the developing and implementing programs and technology to support ALU's strategic transformation. Mr. John came to ALU with 20 years of experience in managing teams who design, develop, and sustain learning technology solutions to service the needs of individual and corporate markets. Prior for him joining ALU, John was a CTO, and this is still surprising. I will tell you why it is surprising. He was a CTO and the Vice President of the Programs Delivery for Cornell University's External Education Unit, eCornell. And during this time, eCornell grew from 20,000 students to over 100,000 students and expanded its professional certificate offerings from 20 to over 100 programs. John also spent 3 years as a CEO of Intuitive, a software and services company with locations in the US, in the Netherlands, and the UK, providing embedded training solutions to global 1,000 organizations. A resident of Rochester, New York, born in Everett, WA, John holds a Master of Science degree in cybersecurity law from Albany Law School, and a Bachelor's of Arts degree in history and economics from Hagerton College. And that's the surprise I had kept for you if you hadn't read his brief bio. He's a lawyer and a historian, an economist, but also a technologist. Mr. John, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honored guests. I'd like to start by thanking IUCEA for inviting me to present today, and on behalf of African Leadership University, for inviting myself and my colleague, the Provost of ALU, Dr. Tlantla Twala, to participate in the proceedings today. Thank you. We're honored to be here. I should note at the outset that despite the wonderful introduction that you heard about me, I'm not an expert in AI or big data models. What I do have, and what I hope can be useful to this group, is years of experience working on, in higher education and in the professional development space, ways that schools can apply technology to improve learning outcomes and reduce costs. Before I traveled here to Kigali on Sunday, I was talking to several of my friends about this presentation, and they gave me 2 helpful suggestions, or suggestions that we'll find out soon whether they were helpful or not. A first friend said, make sure you start your presentation with a joke. Second friend said, why don't you just have ChatGPT write your presentation? Thinking that both of these were probably good suggestions, I decided to lead off by having ChatGPT write a couple of jokes to start us off. If I can get the overhead back, I'll show you the jokes that ChatGPT came up with. Maybe we can bring the slides back up. This is not the joke. So I started by asking ChatGPT, tell me a joke about AI. ChatGPT said, why did the AI go on a diet? Because it had too many bites. Not terribly funny. So I tried again. As I'm trying again to move the slide forward. There we go. Tell me a joke about AI. Why did the AI cross the road? To optimize its pathfinding algorithm and calculate the most efficient route to the other side, of course. Okay, another ChatGPT joke. Third one, and then I promise to stop. Why was the computer cold? Because it left its windows open. So what does this exercise tell us about large language model AIs? I think primarily it tells us that in a world where hundreds of thousands of people fear that they may lose their jobs to AIs, the writers of jokes' jobs are secure. Okay, my real talk today, is about how higher education institutions might use and or misuse AI and big data-enabled technology in the years to come. Educators of aspiring writers often suggest, write what you know. So today, I'm going to take that advice and talk about what I know. When I was 17, long ago, before the internet, before cell phones, and as my kids like to say, before the invention of fire, I attended a small liberal arts university in Rochester called St. John Fisher University. You can see some information about it there. I had the privilege of taking some courses there when I was in high school. I spent my first university year at St. John Fisher, so I've been a student at St. John Fisher. This fall, my daughter starts as a student at St. John Fisher, majoring in international studies. So I'm a parent of a student at St. John Fisher. I also teach a course in cybersecurity at St. John Fisher, so I'm on faculty at the university. So it makes sense that I'll frame my talk today about how St. John Fisher, a small liberal arts college in the United States, might use AI in the next several years. And I'll further frame this discussion around the student life cycle. So for purposes of this talk and keeping it short, I'm going to choose just a couple of these phases in the student life cycle and speculate how St. John Fisher might use AI and big data technologies to enhance their performance. I'll talk about the opportunities for use of AI, some of the risks inherent in the use of AI, and how schools like St. John Fisher and schools in the East African community might mitigate those risks. So let's start with, how could St. John Fisher use big data-enabled AI in its marketing and recruitment? One of the major differences between higher education in the US and higher education in the East African community is that the US is experiencing declining enrollment numbers due to there being fewer 18 to 22-year-olds, and due to the fact that more college-aged youth are choosing options other than higher education. This is particularly true among American males. This fall's intake will have approximately 40% male enrollment, 60% female enrollment. That's a huge change over a short period of time. In the context of its declining enrollments, St. John Fisher might opt to use AI to identify prospective students who are the most likely to attend and the most qualified to attend St. John Fisher. It could use its historic admissions data, demographic data, academic performance data, high school affiliation, and other factors to identify those students using predictive analytics and allow its marketing and recruitment functions to focus their efforts on those students who are most likely to attend, thus maximizing enrollments and reducing recruitment costs. That is, of course, a positive outcome, but there might be a flip side. One of the predictors of likelihood to attend that the AI might identify is gender, because as we've seen, 60% of the enrolling students at St. John Fisher are female. In effect, the AI could tell the university to double down on its recruitment of young women. Is this a good thing? Maybe not. Research suggests that diverse cohorts of students result in better learning outcomes, both in the classroom and beyond. An AI focused solely on maximizing return on investment of recruitment dollars might do harm to other features of a thriving institution. AIs excel at doing their jobs, but know nothing of unintended consequences. So how could St. John Fisher mitigate against this risk? Two things come to mind. First, the university might prohibit the AI from using sensitive characteristics in its algorithms. Data such as gender, religion, ethnicity can be removed from the training data set. Second, and perhaps more importantly, humans can monitor the work products of the AI. In St. John Fisher's case, checking to see how many young women the AI recommends recruiting versus young men. Let me move on to another phase in the student life cycle, admissions. A unique challenge that exists in our East African context, but less so in the American higher education context, is that students must share academic records that come in a bewildering number of layouts, formats, and use different grading methodologies. Standardizing these records at the tertiary level is some of the important work that this body does. But at the secondary level, converting these records into a standard format so that universities can assess against their admissions requirements represents a sizable amount of work for the universities here who particularly admit students from multiple geographies. AI models trained on the various formats submitted by high schoolers seeking admission would help many of the institutions sitting in this room today. Perhaps this is a useful opportunity for cross-institutional collaboration. Of course, there are risks inherent in this use of AI as well. We might ask ourselves, how much do we trust AI to make life-altering decisions for the youth in our communities? If the AI misreads a transcript, a promising and capable student may be rejected or a sure-to-fail student may be accepted. Both errors result in harm to humans and to institutions. Next, we turn to the use of AI during the on-program phase of the student life cycle. Much has been made already today about the use of large language model AIs such as ChatGPT to perform written assignments, essays, papers, even coding assignments. To be honest, I'm of two minds of how universities should respond to this challenge. On the one hand, our graduates will enter a professional world in which the use of generative AI will increasingly become the norm for things beyond having ChatGPT write jokes about AI. I know that I use ChatGPT in my personal life, and I was just having a conversation at my table about other uses of ChatGPT in our personal and professional lives. The format and structure of the AI-generated output provides a useful shortcut for starting documents or emails or other assets produced in knowledge work environments, helping our students how to productively, accurately, and ethically use generative AI may be hugely beneficial to them as they enter the professional world. On the other hand, I think that the production of unique written, visual, and yes, audio material is an important element of the human experience, and relying on AI to do that work robs us of the opportunity to produce new, creative, and transformative materials. I want my students to experience the creative process of writing or coding or composing for themselves. So how do we mitigate against the risks in the on-program? Let me move on. To mitigate against students cheating with AIs, I propose a multi-pronged strategy. First, students can be encouraged to use AI for some of their written assignments, with the caveat that they must cite their sources. This is what I intend to do for my cybersecurity course at St. John Fisher this fall. LLM writing AIs, of course, cannot cite sources because they produce text based on word affinity. They don't know where the words they're generating have originated. They simply know what words are generally produced in which order when presented with a query of another group of words. Asking students to use AI in these types of assignments familiarizes those students with the use of generative AI and forces them to do primary research to identify legitimate sources to substantiate the writing. Second, students can be asked to write in class. This repurposes valuable classroom time, but instructors can be sure that students are doing the work. Third, students can be queried, asked questions about their assignments. After producing a bit of written work, instructors can ask students about the work, how they came up with it, what the experience was for creating that work. In the final section of the student life cycle that I'll look at, we'll think about ways that AI can be used for the important matter of student retention. Recall that in the United States, where there is a shortage of students and student acquisition is very expensive, universities are highly motivated to retain students who have enrolled. So using historic data sets that include attendance, participation, grades, meal swipes, instructor input, and other data, St. John Fisher University would likely see a positive return on investment in an AI that could recognize patterns that identified students who are at risk of disenrolling. Those students could then be provided extra academic or social emotional support to improve their likelihood of persistence. The risks here seem somewhat lower, right? False positives, students who the AI says are struggling but who actually aren't, would receive some additional support. False negatives, students who are struggling but aren't identified by such as the AI, would be no worse off than before the intervention. We've looked at how AI might be used across the student life cycle. Let me close, if you will, with a couple of observations about the use of data-driven AI in higher education. First, understanding the various types of AIs is useful in identifying appropriate uses for those AIs. AIs are classified in different ways, but I'll note here that open AIs, which are used to create large language models, use the whole internet as their training set. Closed AIs use private, institutional, or regional data sets. The distinction is important. Second, you'll have noted that many of the risk mitigations that I've mentioned include human validation. I personally believe that the lives of our students are too valuable to leave important decisions related to their academic progress in the hands of computers. Humans, in my view, at a minimum, must validate the decisions made by AIs. Third, when we talk about open AIs, those that use the entire internet as their training data set, we must remember that at least for now, American and European and increasingly Chinese biases are bound to be baked into these models because the majority of the training data comes from those regions. These AIs know less about East Africa than they do about Vermont. Fourth, let's not be afraid to let students use AI. Finding ways of including it in our curriculum is more useful than attempting to find ways to keep it out. It's here, it's useful, let's get used to it. Finally, and this is my closing thought, AI is a powerful tool for producing more of the same. When we want more of the same, let's use it to our benefit. But at present, its applications are no substitute for human creativity and experience, if only because humans find joy in creative activities. Activities like writing a keynote address, developing essays, writing computer programs, and yes, even writing lame jokes about AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for eroding away all our fears, and especially that your presentation was showing us the risks and the mitigations for such risks. That was really great, even though it was short. I hope we shall have more time to deliberate more on the topic and getting into the depth of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to almost the end of our first session. I want to thank you all for being a very, very good audience and for bearing with me. I was driving you so fast, but fortunately, in Rwanda here we have the speed limits, and if you overspeed, you get a picture, but you don't, I mean, they take a picture of you, but you don't get it. Only you get an invoice before you get home. So I had to limit my speed. We are now going to have, before we end this morning session, we are going to have a group photo, and thereafter we get to our health break. And here in Rwanda, the youth say, if there is no photo, if there is no picture, then nothing happened. And so we cannot afford to let this whole function go unnoticed. We shall invite, I think the protocol will be helping us to how to organize this. I give back to the MC of the day. Thank you so much. Thank you for bearing with me.
Let's give the Vice Chancellor of University of Rwanda another big, big round of applause. He has managed really to catch up with time. So the following is the order of accountability for group photo. I will have our high table. We'll sit on these chairs. I think we need more chairs. Yeah. That will include PSs. Will sit in front. And then we'll have the commissions and councils will stand behind the PSs and the chief guests and the vice chancellors. Can we make a symmetry either side of the screen? Bring 15 chairs, and then we make sure the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. More chairs, please. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can pick it. We can pick. We need 14. 14. Yeah, at least because we have 9. We are all welcomed for a health break. Tea, coffee is served outside. The serving stations are outside the conference room. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, respected participants of the conference. May I have your attention? Can we resume? Yes, I request the IUCEA team and the ushers and organizers to help mobilize our participants so that we can get into the next session. We are running a bit late. I hope we can catch up. Yeah, may I have your attention, please? Can we take our seats again? In the meantime, I want to request the speakers, Professor Gerald Ouma, Director, Institutional Planning at the University of Pretoria, to please come and take your front seat. Professor Ouma, you are one of the speakers in my session. And then Professor Bailey Damti Yeshita, Vice Chancellor of Kepler College, Rwanda. Well, there's one, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. It's already midday, Rwandan time. You are all welcome, including our participants who are online. I'm Hamad Mpezamhigo, the Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University in Uganda, and warmly welcome you to this session. I would like to take a few minutes to introduce to you our speakers this afternoon in this session. Before I do so, I would like to really appreciate our chief guest and also our keynote speaker and all those partners who spoke this morning.
I was quite intrigued, and I interacted with John, our keynote speaker. I asked him a few questions in the break. I said, now there's a big challenge of the lack of students in the US and several Western countries, whereas in the East African region and the African continent, we have a big issue of student numbers. The first question was, what are those universities going to do? Because I don't think the population will jump to cover that age bracket of university going or college going. Is it possible for us to be thinking about getting the students who are not enrolled in our institutions, getting on board in those institutions, whether remotely or by placement or in terms of split programs? But he suggested that we need to think about funding aspects of it. And then the second one is the issue of regulation. Regulation, our regulators, I hope, in the higher education sector in the East African region, we are aware of what is happening, and I think we are so grateful for your presence here today. What is being discussed is definitely going to impact on how regulation is done. And the challenge most of you must have seen came during the COVID lockdown in some countries here in East Africa, where it became almost mandatory for institutions to actually uptake the use of technology. And so the faster we move, the better for us to be able to adapt. Let me now introduce to you our first speaker, Professor Gerald Ouma. He's the Senior Director, Institutional Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation at the University of Pretoria. Professor Ouma is a professor of higher education, and he has written a lot. He has served at the University of Western Cape. He has published extensively, and he is among the members of the University a member of the University of South Africa's Funding Strategy Group, which serves an advisory role on the Albert Luthuli Leadership Institute. Ouma is a member of a great team and has participated in driving the higher education for Africa's future since 2015. I'd like to welcome him to give his talk, and I'll be able to introduce Jude and Demtai at the appropriate time. Professor, you have limited time. I would like to ask our technical team to enable you to start your presentation. Thank you. Please, let's welcome Professor Ouma to present.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we can hear you well. Yeah, go on, please.
Thank you. Data analytics being one of the key aspects when it comes to data and related issues. So this is the outline of my presentation, looking at it from the point of view of the rise of what I'd call dataism. I'll explain what I mean by that, all the way through to sharing some ideas on how to engender a data-based university. Now, I'm sure many of you have seen this diagram here. In God we trust, all others must bring data. That's Edwards Deming. It's quite important in terms of moving away from opinions and working with data. Of course, the data that you work with has to be accurate, it has to be valid, it has to be complete. It's not just any data that will give you the kinds of outcomes that you're looking for. Then again, in that very vein, we've got this from Yuval Noah Harari, this claim in the age of data, algorithms are the answer. I've got a different opinion. In the previous presentation we had that algorithms could actually take us in the opposite direction. But the critical point is that we live in the age of the pervasiveness of algorithms and the utilization of data to drive institutional strategy, decision-making, and things like those. So we all know, the previous speaker made the point about the increasing volume, velocity, and variety of data, the emergence of this data philosophy, where data has become important in making sense of our reality, making sense of the complexities that circumscribe our higher education institutions and our lives generally. And data has increasingly become a very strategic asset. It's inconceivable to imagine how one runs an institution, a university, or any other organization without utilizing data. Noah Harari again talks about the power of data. He in fact talks about the religion of data, data becoming some kind of God. I have a different view. Of course, I agree that data has become very influential, critical. Institutions that have utilized data tend to be more competitive compared to those that don't. And then, of course, if you're looking at analytics, different kinds of analytics, be they descriptive, prescriptive, diagnostic, and all that, very important in terms of helping us to manage our institutions. Why is data critical? It's very, very important because we need data to facilitate decision-making and planning. The gathering has got lots of vice chancellors and senior government officials and senior university leaders. So you always are grappling with issues around enrollment planning. The previous speaker spoke about the kinds of students they want to bring in. So it has to be deliberate in terms of the shape and size of the institution. How do you drive student success? Sorry, I'm losing my presentation. I don't know what the technical team did. Yes, driving student success and well-being is very important. The previous speaker spoke about the student life cycle. You need data to know, to help you with student recruitment, onboarding students, supporting them, and even when they complete their studies, to know what they're doing with themselves. In terms of understanding staff and student needs, tracking performance, this is very, very important. Many institutions, if not all universities, have got strategic goals. And so you need data to track how you're performing in terms of the realization of your institutional goals. Allocating resources, where you're going to get impact for your resources, critically important, driving institutional change, evaluating the use of campus. I can go on and on and on. Benchmarking is another important way in which we utilize data. Now, data is important if it's accurate. Data is important if it's timely. Data is important if it's relevant, it's complete, and it's integrated, because running a higher education institution or a system is complex. So you need to integrate data so that you've got a good sense of the entire system and be able to, where you need to intervene, you understand all the variables that are at play. But more critically is the need to engender an institutional culture of analytics, so that it's taken for granted in Senate conversations, in faculty conversations. Data is presented to assist the leadership to understand how students are performing, how the university's finances look like, how many students have been enrolled in what programs, student performance, and those kinds of things. Now, critically, data does not operate on its own. You need people, you need technology. You need people who've got skills who understand how data works, and you need the infrastructure to be able to make use of that data. I talked about analytics. So there are many kinds of analytics. I just thought I should highlight these three types: institutional analytics, learning analytics, academic analytics. They help us to do different things. So if you want to look at retention rates, application demographics, you can do that. If you want to look at the profiles of the students you're coming in, course level data, student engagement, institutional level aspects as well is very important. Now, I completed a study last year looking at rural universities, and I thought I should just share with you some of the things that you can do with data. Now, so look at doctoral enrollments here across ARUA is the African Research Universities Alliance. So this is an organization of 16 research-intensive universities on the continent. And this gives you a picture of how they're doing from a doctoral enrollments point of view, you'll see that females are underrepresented. If you bring in masters and combined masters and PhD, again, you see females underrepresented. If you look at permanent academic staff with doctorates, this is very important if you're pursuing research, if you want to drive transdisciplinarity and all those things that we want to do. This is how the picture looks like. Looking at the kind of research that is coming out of these institutions, these are the areas where we're excelling: public health, environment and occupational health, ecology, immunology. You know, this is the picture. Now, who are we working with across these universities? This is the picture. You'll see that quite a lot of our academics at these Arua universities are co-authoring with international colleagues. Now, this is important, but it also tells us another story. If you look those shorter graphs, these point towards lower collaborations within the institutions themselves, and within the countries and the regions where these institutions come from. So it'll be interesting, for example, to know of the 100+ member universities of IUCEA, what is the degree of co-authorship amongst academics in these institutions? What is the extent of transdisciplinary research? The speaker who opened the conference, who spoke first rather, talked about students being able to move around the East African education area, not paying fees. It will be interesting to know, what are the points of concentration? Are we seeing some even distribution across the various universities? Are there universities that are preferred by students, and why, and how do we encourage these and support this? Now, how do we then drive universities to become data-based? You need a vision. It's quite critical. If you want to succeed, you have to start at the top. You have to have a clear understanding of what you want to realize. You have to have a strategy for data and analytics. You have to have a way of tracking your performance. You have to build a supportive infrastructure. This is a big, big gap across the East African region. Many East African countries do not have national higher education management information systems. In fact, in my experience previously, when we've tried to collect data, institutions tend to give you data depending on what they suspect you want to do with that data. But it's quite critical that you've got this information at the national level, so there's some kind of consistency. It's checked, it's audited, and we speak the same language, that the concept that you use mean the same thing across the sector. Integrated data and information management system is very, very important. In our institutions, data is collected at different points. Student administration, finance department, your research offices collect data. We need systems that can integrate this data so that one can have a holistic view of what is going on. Issues around data security and data literacy are very, very important. In terms of quality, I already touched on the need for data to be accurate, to be consistent, complete, timely, relevant, integrated. We have to have one version of the truth. If you're going to use this information to drive decisions, then it has to be reliable, it has to be valid. But we also need to build a data culture ecosystem, which I already spoke about. We need to create an environment where data-driven decision-making and analysis are ingrained and valued. And this is to permeate across the entire higher education sector. At the policy level as well, how do we allocate resources? How do we allocate scholarships? And all those kinds of things. The university lecturers, non-academic staff, the leadership must understand when they're talking about, for example, throughput rate, what are we talking about? When we're talking about dropout rate, for example, what are we talking about? And is it the norm, for example, that when we go to meetings to discuss resource allocation, there is data that is used to kind of drive that kind of conversation? Institutions would have to articulate analytics mandate that goes beyond compliance. There are very many interesting things that would be of interest to university to understand what's going on within the institutions, what's happening around them, what's happening around the world globally. Another important thing is around the analytics office. Now, generally, in the East African region, this is an area that is underdeveloped. But one possibility is by creating an analytics office that kind of assists with the integration and mitigating issues around data silos, data sitting in different areas, being used for different purposes. So, for example, many Asian departments...
Prof, I think there's a delay in the slide movement. You need to do something there, yeah. Or it's on our side.
Okay, so I don't know which slide you have on your side, sir.
The one with the mathematical sets, intersection. Now we are back to the one wide data. So
okay.
Proceed.
Yeah. Is this the one that you have?
Yes. So go to the next one. You are speaking to the next one, but the display. Yeah. Let's continue with that.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, sorry, I was way ahead of everyone else. My apologies. So the point I was trying to make, colleagues, is that there are different ways in which we can work with data. Different kinds of analytics. It's one thing to have data. You have to have the capability as well to manipulate it, to analyze it, and to pull out important trends and insights for you to be able to drive whatever decisions and policies that you want to drive. So we've got institutional analytics, learning analytics, academic analytics, and all other kinds of analytics, predictive analytics and related analytics. I talked about some of the work that we've done at Arua, and I shared with you examples of some of the studies that we've done at Arua, and just to give you a sense of what you can do with data. So for example, here, I hope it's showing, we've got the doctoral enrollment by gender. I picked gender because women are underrepresented across many of our higher education sector, and you can see this. If it's an important institutional imperative, then it becomes important that you collect the data. And you can go beyond just collecting data on gender only, but you can look at fields of study. Where are the points of concentration for women? Do we have women represented in the sciences, for example, in engineering and technology? What is are the enrollment patterns aligned with your strategic imperatives as an institution? So, for example, if you want to drive more enrollments in the sciences, but then you've got more enrollments in the humanities and social sciences, that might suggest that you might need to intervene to drive your strategy. Then we also have, for example, permanent academic staff with doctorates. This is vitally important if you want to drive research. You need to have the majority of your academics having PhDs. Again, it becomes important to look at these across various variables, looking at it by gender, looking at it by fields of study, looking at it by faculties, looking at it by departments, so that you've got a good sense of what is happening across the institution. Another thing that one could look at is points of research excellence. So among the rural universities, what you're seeing there, these are the areas where they're excelling. So they're doing very well in areas around public health, environmental and occupational health, environmental sciences, immunology, plant sciences. This is very important. You can go further and look at who is funding this, the kinds of partnerships that we have. And we know from some of the data that we've looked at that a lot of this is driven by external funding. I mean, no way suggesting that that is inherently wrong, but we just need to know this is how it looks like. And do we need, for example, as institutions to invest in our own science? Of course, the answer is yes. Where should we invest? If you want to drive excellence, where should you invest? So this kind of information becomes very, very important. What are the patterns of co-authorship? So among the rural universities, this is the picture that you get. So those tall bars, those are co-authorships with international peers. And then the other ones are with other institutions, industry and other organizations, and also domestic collaborations. Now, is this an important institutional imperative? Probably it should. One of the things that we've seen from the research is that science that is co-authored with international partnerships, or partners rather, tends to have greater visibility and greater impact, okay? But now it would be interesting, for example, to look within the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the universities within that region. How are we co-authoring with each other? How are we partnering with each other? Which universities are doing a better job at it? Is this an imperative, for example, of the Inter-University Council of East Africa? It's also important to look at areas where you're publishing. Are you driving national interest or regional interest? Are we producing knowledge that is useful, as the first speaker mentioned, as in the opening remarks, knowledge that drives development in the region and in the countries? Now, it does not just happen that institutions are good at collecting data, at manipulating it. It has to be a deliberate effort. And so these are some of the things from some of the work that we've done that would be useful in helping institutions to strengthen their data systems and engendering a data-based management regime or decision-making regime. It has to be deliberate. It has to be part of your plan. It has to be part of your strategy. It has to be led by the senior people. The Vice Chancellor must demand analyses that are data-based, and decisions must be made based on data, so that it has to be driven by strategy. But that's not enough. You also need to build a supportive infrastructure. We've seen some of the studies, some of them coordinated by the IUCEA, which identify a number of gaps. Some of them include the absence of National Higher Education Management Information System. Here in South Africa, we've got the HIMIS system. So the system is coordinated. Everybody knows, speaks the same language. The information is collected annually. The information is used to allocate resources, and you can use it to do all manner of analysis. So it's very important at the national level, or probably at the regional level, to develop a higher education management information system. We have to invest in integrating these systems. The data that we collect usually sits in different places, in HR, in finance, in student administration. We need to create a system that allows us to pull this information together. Of course, you need people. You need people who understand how to work with data. People who can do the analysis. People who can help you to answer the kinds of questions for which you want responses to. Data security is very important. I'm not going to belabor the point. Data literacy as well. We need people in this day and age of artificial intelligence and big data. We need people who can make sense of data and the analysis that comes of it. Data quality is critically important. You have to have one version of the truth across the institution. If you're saying you've got 2,000 female students enrolled in engineering, that has to be the case. They sit with different data.
Professor.
The data that is submitted to the national departments of higher education is different. The data that faculties have is different, and the data that departments have is different. So there's a need to address that. And institutional culture, it's very, very important, so that it's taken for granted that you work with data. In fact, it helps you to be more efficient when you're deliberating issues. I've been in meetings where we do not have data. Conversations go on and on and on and on about this opinion and that opinion. Where the data is presented, where the analysis shows that the failure rate is higher in these modules, that the success rate is lower in these modules, that there are more staff exiting from these departments than those departments. The conversation
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Maybe I should take 2 minutes.
Okay, that will be lovely.
Okay. So there's a need also to establish an analytics office. Now, there isn't a magic bullet for this. It can be centralized, it can be decentralized, it can be hybrid. I prefer hybrid. I need folks in the student administration office to have some data management and data capabilities for analyzing their data. But you also need a central office that pulls all these data together, because many a time, those other entities collect the data they collect for operational reasons. Okay, so you need a central office that helps to pull all this information together so that you've got a single version of the truth at the institutional level. So just to conclude, it's very important. It's very, very important that we become data ready. We're generating a lot of data. This data is very, very important. We're now going beyond just trying to understand how many students we've enrolled, who we have appointed, who has left. We also want to understand, for example, how students are studying, the study behavior of students. We want to understand how nutrition is affecting performance of students. We want to understand issues around mental health. So we need to be ready, put in place the infrastructure, the systems in place to be able to utilize these very important assets. I can't emphasize enough the point about national higher education management information systems. They are vitally critical. We need to adopt analytics and invest in building capacity so that we can draw critical insights that are going to help us with our governance, with our management, with our decision making. And of course, we need to put in place a data governance infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ouma. Can we give them another round of applause, please? I think you've given an excellent curtain raiser to allow both Demte and Jude to get on board. We'll be able to have an interactive session after we have also listened. But I think the challenge to the institutions of higher learning that have been highlighted by Professor Ouma about majorly on decision making. You have to decide to do something. Quite often, institutions of higher learning lag a lot because of the red tape and bureaucracies. The organs that support institutional capacity are supposed to facilitate decision making, but quite often we are challenged. And I think the decision to invest in technology has to be fast-tracked and an investment made if we are to remain in business of higher education. May I now take the opportunity to introduce to you our next speaker on the schedule, part of this session, and this is none other than Professor Bailey Damti Yeshita, who is the Vice Chancellor of Kepler College in Rwanda. He's a very good old friend of mine. When I met him, I put back his face on mine. We had a chat. Professor Damti is the Vice Chancellor, as I've mentioned, here in Rwanda with more than 20 years of experience. He's well known for having enabled or facilitated working with a team, of course, of the African Leadership University. Sorry, I'm mixing it up. For establishing, getting the accreditation of Kepler College here in Rwanda, and also the operationalization of their excellent, I think, benchmarked graduate employment program. We all know that they are using a different model where they mind quite a lot about placements and also ensuring that the graduates are actually driven by their dreams and are able to make it in the workplace and create jobs by themselves. He's been ahead of the president of Bahir Dar University, which is one of those famous universities in Ethiopia. He has a very long CV, but most important for us to know, he has a PhD in space physics. And so I am not surprised he'll be talking to us this morning. Please, you have the floor to make your contribution. Let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Damti. We thank our online participants. Please, when we come to the interactive session, you'll have the opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me start by saying one thing that I learned about education. So somebody asked, what is education? And the definition that I like to remember and keep is that it is what remains in your head if you happen to forget what you learned in the classroom. So with that introduction, I want to share with you 3 points today. But I think that the earlier presentation was such a very substantive presentation. In teaching, we say you stand from your seat and do this so that you can prepare for my presentation. So may I ask 1 minute to stand up and do this so that you will get at least one word from me that you will never forget. Thank you very much for your cooperation, and I hope that will help. Okay. So
is this part of the artificial intelligence?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. So the 3 points that I would like to share with you is that the first one is the implications of AI on higher education. And the second one, I think that everyone here are very excited, maybe, or also exploring. Maybe we are in a different level, but we want to be at the center stage of this AI revolution. So the second point I would like to comment is a foundation. What are the key things that we can do to be at the center of this revolution? And the third thing I want to share with you is what are the practical steps we can take in terms of doing it. So starting with the first one, I think the Vice Chancellor of University of Rwanda earlier commented one very revolutionary comment, I would say, he said he went to Singapore and they say that, you know, the court or the future justice is in the AI. Did I quote you right? So I want to start from that point. What does this mean in terms of what we teach students today? What do we need to teach students today? I think that is the first implication of AI. So the session being interactive, I would like to ask one or two people to comment on it. What should we teach? What is the implication of AI in terms of answering the question, what should students learn? Anyone? What should students learn? Please. Adaptability is what the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda is saying. Any other point? Please. Okay, they should learn to develop AI systems. So let's agree, I think these two comments already is enough to share my first point. My first point is what we learn students today, the implication of AI is very big in terms of that. A lawyer who knows all these different rules and you know, articles and civil codes and so on, it's already in the AI. So a valuable asset for a lawyer to remember many, many things is not going to be a valuable asset in the future. Similarly, like knowledge, instead of remembering knowledge, increasingly retrieving knowledge quickly and applying it is going to be increasingly vital. This means our students, we should teach our students ability to retrieve information and apply it. What the student learn will change dramatically. So more of transferable skill is going to be very critical. And also, as you can see, there are skills that are going to be taken over by AI, like the future of job is going to change. I think already significant employment opportunity is going to be challenged in the banking sector, in the insurance sector, in many other sectors. So what do we do about it? How do we re-skill the existing workforce in that pipeline? And then how do we change our curriculum to adapt to that thing? Is a critical information, a critical implication. And the second point is, how do students learn actually? How do students learn is going to change also. Because I think earlier, Honorable Minister commented that young people are coming with a critical knowledge in technology and using technology to solve and learn and so on. So if you go back, if you go back and bring them, you know, to the old classroom, they will not learn. So how the student learn is going to change fundamentally. And similarly, I think that this list, personalized learning, is going to be increasingly important. Learning through augmented reality, where students interact with virtual reality, is going to be increasingly very important. And the other one is, how do you measure learning? The way we measure learning is going to be impacted drastically because the target, the skill that we are trying to impact the student with is changing because of the emergence of AI. So measurement like competency-based assessment, where instead of examination, students are going to be given cases, problem to solve, to demonstrate their ability in terms of retrieving information to solve a specific problem at hand. A case will be given from the context they are from, but they have to themselves explore and find the knowledge which is freely available and apply to that to solve that problem. That kind of measurement, that kind of assessment is going to be increasingly important. And similarly, of course, the market skill has to be tracked in an adaptive way. So these are the implications. So actually, the first message I am saying by this is that the implication of AI is not only in terms of increasing our efficiency and effectiveness in terms of doing what we do, but also what we do in the classroom need to change. That's the message number one in terms of this. So I think that our colleague from African Leadership University went through the cycle. So AI in this student cycle, student admission, the way we admit students, there will be interactive systems that support students to choose the kind of program they want to study based on their needs. And the teaching learning will be more of, as I said, customized. There will be personalized tutoring depending on their needs, and many other things mentioned here. And research. I think the nature of research and how do we research and the time it takes to do research is drastically going to change also. It's changing already. Nowadays, you can use AI to retrieve information about previous work on the area that you want to study. So I think this is very good in terms of supporting staff, junior staff especially, to bring them to speed. But it's also some of the work that we normally use it to do in terms of data analysis, programming, calculation, AI is going to do automatically for us. So we are going to spend more on the implication and the application of that research, because the routine work of the analysis is going to be taken over by AI. I think which is a good thing. We have to take a role on that. And then in terms of leadership and the management, now, if we want to do actually the performance of our staff, be it administrative and academic, can be tracked very easily. I think it has been demonstrated earlier by the data, but this performance metrics will be automatic, which is a good thing. And I want to share with you by study, I think this by McKinsey, which excited me very much. I don't know how many of you are a teacher. I was a teacher for a long time. Teaching is a great job, but I must tell you, correcting a lot of student exam paper is not really a fun thing to do, just to put it in a mild way. But now, actually, you can train. I think earlier it was mentioned already, grading can be done by AI, which is a great thing. This means the implication of AI that our teacher can spend more time interacting with their student, knowing their student better, spending more time and supporting them, and also developing their skills. So as you can see, like right now, most of the time of the teacher spent is really routine work that can be done by AI. And that's also, I think this I have already mentioned this implication in terms of AI on higher education, personalized teaching, testing and assessment, language learning. In language, actually, nowadays there is this language immersion technique where students can really talk to someone like as if the real native speaker is speaking to them. They can do that learning in immersion systems. And I highlighted a few points.
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Yeah,
so, and then the student also here. But I think I want to share this critical message too. Message two is we need to be at the center of this AI revolution. I think that's to be that, we need to own our own data. Data collecting is very critical, but own it. Collect it systematically, own it. Human resource development is key. And equally key importance is that who owns AI tools now? AI tools that's owned, freely available, we can pilot them. I think that we need really to think systematically to develop locally developed AI tools for us so that we can, in the future, be really not imply cost implication, not also expose ourselves to unnecessary influence and impact. So, and the last one, the practical step right now, I think the practical step is the first one. Really, having a policy is a great thing. That's what we are trying to do. And number two, really bring all staff and students to speed in terms of AI. And number three, take key places for your institution by doing these two things. And then the last one is pilot AI-powered services in your institution. I think that if we can do this, let's say 4 things, we will be in a good speed to catch up, not only to catch up, but to be at the center of the revolution. My conclusion is that let's not allow, like mobile phone, all the minerals are going from here, they are made somewhere else and brought to us, and we are using them for efficient work. Let us not also give our data, which is gold, going to be the future gold, away, and then come in the form of AI, and then we become a consumer. Thank you very much.
Can we clap again for Professor Bailey? Thank you so much for that summary. I think the last point is very critical, data ownership. And I hope some of you have heard about the principles of fair data principles, where data is treated in a manner that using AI, it is visited where it is located or made, and then the ownership is retained. And this has been done. There's one project that we piloted as Kampala International University with under the Vodan Africa project during the COVID pandemic, in which a few experts came together, and they were able actually to determine and detect the spread and the pattern of the COVID-19 in several African countries. And the principle of FAIR stands for data has to be findable, accessible, it should be interoperable, and should be also accessed at any particular time, and reusable, most importantly reusable, without lifting data. You all remember the Ebola case that happened in West Africa, where data was lifted, and in fact, Africa was not in full possession. So as we go in for the AI, I think Professor Bailey has raised a very critical issue. What policies do we intend to put in place? The governance issues and protection, and this is where we need the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda and other legal minds to put together some kind of procedural legislation that can guide in terms of protection of data before it is violated. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, now to invite Professor Jude Lubega. If you are from Uganda or you are visiting Uganda, you cannot miss to pass Entebbe. Jude Lubega is the Vice Chancellor of Nkumba University, and it's just very close to the airport, and you must stop at the traffic lights that branches at his university. He's a professor of ICT for development, a renowned scholar. I would like him to come on board and also give his opinion. Thank you so much. Let's welcome Professor Jude.
Thank you, Chair. I would also want to thank ICA for selecting me to offer this presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I must say that data science and AI, many people out there, some of you may be wondering, what is this? So I made my presentation not technical in nature so that I can accommodate as many people as possible for this presentation. I must say that many people were awakened so much when ChatGPT came on board. But the fact is that the use of AI is not new. It's been there with us for some time. And students have been using it unknowingly. And to many of the lecturers, probably they've never taken interest to find out what are students using. But it has been with us for some time, for some years. My focus is going to be dwelling so much on the teaching and learning. You know, when we say integration of ICT in education, it's quite having a lot of services in there. There's management, there's human resource, there's admissions, and so on and so on. But my focus is going to be on teaching and learning. So there's quite a lot out there. But for the sake of time, I want to move straight to some of the issues that people are pondering about. One of them is, how can we use AI capabilities to support things like inclusivity and so on? How can we enable our students to be able to learn much better in a personalized way, ubiquitously? And then also, something else people are pondering about is there's quite a lot of demands that students of today, of the digital era, are making towards the teachers who are just migrants into this era. How to be taught in the best way possible they feel they need to be taught. And then looking at what is the relationship between you have data, the other side, you have artificial intelligence, and how do they come and merge together? So to me, you can never talk about AI, artificial intelligence, without having a focus of data science in your mind. So what is data science? This is the reason I had to bring out so that some people get to understand what this is all about. So in a simple way, data science is just scientific exploration of data. You can call it big data, to extract meaningful insights out of it. So as we're having our students online learning in whatever way, somebody out there is collecting a lot of data about what they are doing, and even making use of that data. The question is, how can we be able to tap into that data for the good of the students' learning? There are so many applications of data science out there. I won't dwell so much on them, but dive straight away to artificial intelligence, which is the focus for the presentation. What do we understand by AI, which has been with us for quite some time? So again, a very simple definition there that I would want to give to you. It's the ability of a digital computer to perform tasks that are typically associated with intelligent beings. That something out there can be able to do something that would have been done by a human being. Now, at that point, you start getting scared. That something out there can take up my job as a teacher and even do it much better than I would have done it. So this is the era we are venturing into it. And it was first brought forward by McCarthy. That is in 1956. That's when they started talking about artificial intelligence. So you see how long it has been with us. We are just waking up to some of the advancement. Actually, it's the advancement in these AI technologies that is awakening many of us today. There are quite a lot of branches of artificial intelligence. I don't want to be very academic here, but I felt that this is very, very important for you. There is machine learning. There is neural networks. There is natural language processing, there is fuzzy logic, not forgetting robotics there, and expert systems. All these are branches of artificial intelligence that are being utilized even within the education sector. We won't dwell so much on how AI is shaping, higher education. There's quite a lot that has been done out there. Probably in our African countries that even our students have not yet accessed and utilized, but when it is already out there being used by other students out there. It's shaping how we learn. Adaptive learning is becoming so common within institutions that students out there are receiving more personalized learning than ever before. Chatbots out there that are able to learn and adapt to this student and therefore can be able to give them the best way to learn. They can know even when the person is in the mood to learn. So this is becoming very serious, that we are having more of the virtual classrooms than ever before, even personalized to the learner. They know what time you go to work, they know what time you come out of work, and they know the best time for you when you can be able to learn. And they support you in that way. We are seeing intelligent teaching robots and bots. There is a feeling that one day we are going to see a robot in front of the class teaching the students and able to understand the students and what they've already learned and the prior knowledge they come with them in the class, and therefore be able to support them in the best way possible. Adapt to the class, to the moods of the students. It's becoming more and more teaching evaluations. People have been talking about ChatGPT. It's doing assignments for the students and all that. There are quite a lot of better ways that artificial intelligence is coming in to support. If you go and see Turnitin, those of you who are using Turnitin, it's already detecting all students that are using ChatGPT. Because AI is there to support them in doing all that. We are seeing smart campuses. There is a speaker who really mentioned something that even the institutions would want to know whether the students they have will be able to complete their studies or not. Whether the admissions they are having from all students will turn up. So we are seeing smart campuses. All this is because of AI with us. Decision making, one of them, coming in so handy. So there are a lot of applications, as I've mentioned. I'm just rushing through the presentation because of time. But one of them is personalized education, as I've already noted. It's really giving students the ability to learn in the way they would want to learn. I've just talked about administration, universal access to education. Even we are moving into what we call predictive education. That you go onto a learning management system and they will be able to predict how you'll be able to learn in your first semester, first year.
because of your habits and because of the information they know about you.
3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there are quite a lot of other applications, but the implications, I want to take them right to the benefits that AI can bring to the educational sector. One would be 24/7 access learning from anywhere at any time. Being able to generate what we call smart content. Self-paced learning, inclusive learning, and then also it could be seen as a pedagogical tool that it can guide me in my art of learning so that I can be able to learn in the best way possible. And then be able to avail feedback as you learn at any time and at your wish. When people were talking about the different tools out there, I just want to let you know that ChatGPT is just one of the few that are out there. If it wasn't for the sake of time, I would have given you a story of a student who brought me a proposal which had been generated by ChatGPT, and I told him, this is not your work. He smiled, and I chased him back. The following day, he brought me a copy which looked more or less his, the language you can read, and I asked him, how did you come up with this? And he told me, let me tell you the truth. There is another tool out there that when ChatGPT generates this, I take this into the other tool and it's able to generate for me a copy that looks more or less of a student. So, this is with us. As you may see, there are quite several of them which can do a lot of this, and they are with us. So, there are quite a lot of challenges that have been brought in. Reduced human interaction, bias and discrimination, surveillance and privacy are some of the challenges. But I would want to end by saying, let's be ready to change ways of instruction and assessment to be relevant to the 21st century. Failure to do so, AI will automatically take charge of our job and even do it better than you, the teachers. Therefore, AI has the potential to positively transform our higher education. That we need to know. That's the last slide I promised here. In America, as you may see, they've already seen where it's actually heading. Results of 2022 indicate that by 2026, it's going to have grown to $374.3 million. And they are seeing a lot of what we call the chatbots coming into play. So, ladies and gentlemen, we either can sit and relax and we shall have no students in class, or we innovate and change for the better of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jude Lubega, for those insightful thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for the three speakers all together? Now it's your turn, and those online will use a few minutes because it's exactly 1:03 p.m. and we are standing between the discussion and lunch. So can I have assistants who want to move the microphone if anybody wants to make a contribution? The ones online, I have your participation here, so you can raise your hand and then you'll be given permission. Any comments? As you plan to make a contribution, I was just wondering, this high table here is of our regulators. Commissions for higher education, I was wondering what is going through the minimum standards that you'll be setting for us shortly. Yes, because the equation will now change completely, and also in terms of content, the issues of, originality, the American example given to us by John, where the student numbers are dwindling, and here we have massification, and how all that gets together, issues of accreditation. I think we have to really have a conversation. Any suggestions from the audience here? Yes, there's one at the other end. Give him a microphone. There's another one, madam, there's another gentleman there. Those are two so far. Please, just your name, and we know the chairperson of our executive committee, IUCEA. Professor, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator. I want really to thank the presenters for the insight they have shared with us. It's really quite informative, and it requires more of decision-making as one of the things that has been mentioned that is lacking among the academic leadership. I thank you very much. I have followed very well your presentation, and towards the end you made a comment on high commissions. And I think one of the things that delays probably decision-making relies with policies around the adoption of this artificial intelligence. And it's quite an issue that we need to move together. While there is the shortcoming in terms of decision-making among academic leadership, but also on the other side, on the regulation, there is need to move quickly to make sure we accommodate this changing environment related to data sciences and artificial intelligence. Another comment that probably the presenters didn't touch on is about investment in education, especially in these new technologies, artificial intelligence, so on. I think while we are talking about this, education is not expensive, looking at the outcome, looking at what we need to get from education. However, there is need for investment inside. I want to understand from the presenters what are your takes into this. Thank you very much.
Okay, maybe let's allow one from the online before we go to that. David Nyonzima, your hand is up. Please go ahead, unmute and go ahead.
Thank you very much. David Nyonzima from Burundi, the International Leadership University, Burundi. I also want to join my friends for the comments they made around the presentations that this is very, very informative and quite very transformational. However, I have remained on my hunger or thirst on the AI with regard to elements of spiritual matters. How does that apply, for example, when based on the leader's faith-based background relies on his or her religiosity or religious background to make an informed decision? Would AI be applied on spiritual or metaphysical backgrounds of the individual involved in that type of decision making? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. It's a very exciting question. Any of the members will be able to answer. Yes, give the gentleman there, and then followed by one here. Yes, go ahead. Introduce yourself briefly, just.
My name is Patrick Okori. I work for Ruforum. I just made two observations. One, I come from a life science, and AI and the applications we had today are definitely very good because
they help you in terms of speed for handling vast amounts of data. But I think the second thing which we all have to realize is there's a huge amount of data out there. And to make decisions, we can do it more efficiently and even more effectively looking at broad ecosystems. So for example, we now have the entire genome or your genetic makeup known, and treatment is moving towards genomic medicine. I can be able to design medicine tailor-made for so and so and so and forth. So, but that happens only because you can speed up analytics across a broad range of data. So it's a good tool for research. It's a good tool for development of scientific products. But the question is, how does that help teaching? So as far as teaching and learning is concerned, there are definitely some challenges that we need to think about. As far as research is concerned, it's a very positive development. I think where we need to tie the knot is around the institutional policies and frameworks for making that happen. On one hand, in the classroom, on the other hand, on how we teach and conduct science and development.
Thank you
and
so
then
much.
Finally, linking all of that to innovation outside there and the IP related with that. These are the things we need to think about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a comment. There was a submission here. We'll now take a few and then close so that the speakers can make their submission. Give him the microphone.
Thank you very much. I have two, I don't know whether to call them questions or observations. The first one is that there's an explosion of data. Data is explosion in the world. That means probably every year we're going to create more data than has been created since inception of the world. If you looked at, there has been more data probably created in the last 2 years than has been since the beginning of the world. And this speed of explosion continues into the future. What does it mean for your students in terms of how we are going to train our students to be able to sieve through this data, retain what is critical, and use technology to manage the rest? Because it is said that, for instance, the human brain will probably forget 50% what it has learned in an hour. If you go on for another 24 hours, probably even 70 to 75%. And that is a condition that won't change. But data is exploring. So how do you as higher education teachers, how do we manage that situation for our students? The next question I wanted to ask is, much of the jobs that are coming in now, significant technological changes mean that the disruptions will continue. We don't even know which jobs are going to be there in the future. We don't know what business models will be used in the future. They're not yet invented. We don't know how companies are going to run in the future. That has probably yet to be, again, crafted. How do you then prepare your students now to be competent and to possess skills that will allow them to work in that environment of jobs that have not yet been invented, not yet been discovered, and to basically operate in business environments and models also that are yet to be created and to be invented? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll only give, if there is a lady who wants to balance before Celestine comes on board. Professor Boa, go ahead. If there is any lady, so that we can balance this, or we need an AI intervention.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Celestino Boa. I'm Vice Chancellor of Bara University of Science and Technology. Mine is really a comment. One, we recognize the fact that either knowingly or unknowingly, we have been generating data. And the gold for today is data. If you have data and you have control of data, then you can rule the world. Now, two, we also need to appreciate on how we handle the data pipeline. How are we generating data? How are we storing data? How are we planning for analyzing the data? Now, in line with today's theme, higher education have been generating data for decades. We have never realized what use we can make out of data. We need two things. One, how do we retrieve those data? How do we mine the data that we have been generating for years or for decades? Some of the older institutions have data maybe for over 100 years. If I look at my former university, Makerere University, has data which have been nearly now 100 years. How do we mine that data to plan for tomorrow's education? Two, how do we train our people who can then process this data? So training is very important. And three, infrastructure. Professor Uma talked about us being able to have in place the infrastructure or the technology to do that. Today's development in the computer world already provides us with that. AI that we are talking about is all computer utilization. And so we need to apply this. Not every university is probably equipped with the capacity to perform analytics, but we should endeavor to carry out analytics such that we can make artificial intelligence part and parcel of higher education in our institutions. Some of your institutions here are part of the Data Science Initiative Africa, and that is where we are going. How do we apply data for purposes of decision making? Unfortunately, I come from the health background, and we are trying to use the images as data that will improve diagnostics and management of diseases. So somebody talked about the genomics and so on, and I think that is where we are all going. So I encourage us to be part and parcel of the train that is traveling today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there's one lady. At least the equation will be now balanced. Yes, Dr. Warda, go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. I'm actually not worried about the students. I'm not worried about the young people. As a matter of fact, I'm worried about us who are here in this room. The rate at which we are moving at a much slower pace compared to the learners. So I'm beginning to wonder whether it's not supposed to be a flip, whether when it comes to issues of artificial intelligence and the whole 9-yard, whether we should actually be more open and learn from the students as opposed to us teaching the students. Because when you think you're ready to teach them, they actually know it all. They move faster than us because that is their world. It's us who are having a hard time to bridge. As a matter of fact, they are already there. Without the policies, without the frameworks in place, they are already there. So my food for thought, my takeaway that I would like us to do is to move very fast, focus wisely, and probably include these young people in every step of the decision that we intend to take, because the future is theirs, it's not ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are done with the physical submissions. Because we are live on YouTube as well, there are two comments. One is from Wilbur Kivekayunga. How do we enhance AI infrastructure in the hard-to-reach network areas? How do we bring on board policy design for AI enhancement in education? He's from Kumba University. Then somebody called Alan Mukasa Ntambi. May the presenters share with us what the good, the bad, and the reality about AI in education sector. These disruptions are here. What's the way forward? I think some of the points have been raised. Now over to our team of experts. I'll start with Professor Uma. If you are still online, please make a few comments. You have only two minutes, each one of you, to see if you can summarize and respond. Most of the others were comments, really, not questions, so that we can wind up and go to the next activity on this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will not respond to any specific questions, just to do a summative observation. Look, the post-COVID world is a completely different one. Before COVID, we used to talk about these things in futuristic terms. with COVID, these things speeded up and the landscape has changed quite significantly. Now, universities live in the real world and they have to adapt to these changes. There was the question around how do you train for jobs that may not be there? Well, that's important. It has got significant pedagogical implications, and some of the speakers spoke about that. What are some of the graduate attributes? Now, if you still teach students to memorize, you are setting them up for failure. So we have to engender creativity, we have to engender innovation, we have to engender spirit of continuous learning. Okay, we're going to live in a world where we're going to have to unlearn and relearn. I think a previous speaker mentioned that. So it's going to be very, very critical to engender learner-centeredness so that students can employ their agency to learn, to be creative, and to adapt to these evolving contexts. Now, universities cannot be observers. Universities are, in fact, key drivers of some of the trends that we're seeing in terms of the science that they are producing that is driving some of the technological changes that we are seeing. Now, they have to invest in this. They have to invest in data, big data analytics and the related capabilities. They have to train people in these things. They have to do research that drives these things. Transdisciplinarity is going to be very, very important. We saw it during COVID. How do you get the different people to work together? But also, how do we utilize these things? It's not all of these capabilities or technologies that are resource intensive. Some of this we can get off the shelf. So how do you use AI, as we already mentioned, to drive teaching, to drive learning, to drive assessment? Universities just need to do it. And the rhetoric has been there. We know what the issues are, and we just need to start doing it, learn as we go. The question about ethics, there was a question about God. I will not comment on that. What I know is that AI has raised critical ontological questions about the idea of being human. Okay. And so those are critical questions. Does it change who we are? I don't know. I leave it to my colleagues who come from the AI.
Thank you so much. You're running away from some reality, but I'm sure colleagues may have to make a comment. Yes, Demti, and then Professor Vega.
So, thank you very much. Okay, does it work?
Yeah, it works.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make a couple of interventions. I think the first one is on the investment. I think that was very critical issue. And the few investment we need to make is really, number one, is the infrastructure. Right now, if you see the cloud services located in Africa, which cloud services are there available in Africa? I think most of you use cloud services. The computers are located not in Africa. So how can we really develop our infrastructure? This cloud computer to be located in Africa, in some of the places that we are located, and then how we can also invest in terms of developing AI tools owned and operated by companies within a country we are living or by ourselves. I think that's a big investment. That's number one. And number two, in terms of the AI being, how much it will be useful in terms of, a spiritual background, with someone with spiritual background, it's a programmable tool. I think the best way to understand AI is a programmable tools. So these tools can be based on the data, whoever prefer that specific, background or religious, idea, it can be trained to capture it and to incorporate whatever you want to incorporate. So I like to think AI as a tool that you can customize and program for your purpose. So it can be done, I will say. And the other one that I want to make intervention is on the explosion of data. It's a very great intervention. Tools are really developed in equal speed to handle all this kind of big data and then ability to extract useful information from them. So I think that training the student, how can they use this kind of big data, and a skill that allows them to program key programming tools that can go in and dig in, and AI do the rest of the job. So I think that that skill is what we are talking about. And the last one, I think I like this observation about youth being there. I think that's a very great observation. However, they are at the same time we are requiring them to come to our class, which is there. So I think that message was very strong. I thought so. I thought that they are there, but they are coming back and forth. So what we are saying is that let's push, maybe with the regulator, with the support of regulators, us going forward in terms of what they should learn, what they learn, how they learn, and so on that aspect. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Demti. Then Jude, please, before we do some closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start on the issue of policy. It is true we need to move much faster in terms of developing policies that are going to really govern the future of this learning, because it's already with us and it's in use, and we don't have policies around what is being done. Take an example, you'll find a same dissertation in the library of the University of Nairobi. The same dissertation, you'll find it in Makerere, but different people. But who generated it? AI. This is coming to be with us, so we need to move much faster than we are moving. In terms of investment, I feel we need to do much in terms of nurturing localized innovations around these areas of AI. If you look at all the AI applications probably that your students are using, they are either developed in Asia, America, and all that. The data analytics that are in use are nowhere to be found mothered in Africa. So what are we doing? We need to go into that direction, support into the developing of more localized innovations to support us in terms of utilizing AI for within education. And then what we need to note, there are quite a lot of AI tools which are open source. They are free for use. And therefore, we can tap into many of them and decide to do whatever we need to do with them. But in terms of decision making, you need to know, I want this tool to help me do what? Mine which type of data and for what purpose? Even if you have the tool and you don't have the purpose on why you want the tool to help you, then it doesn't make any sense. So you need to know why you want to use the tool. If you want it to analyze for you the data, for what purpose? So that mining needs to come out by you, the person who wants the AI tool to support. And then somebody talked about how do we want to enhance AI in the hard-to-reach areas. Yes, it's a good question. Many of these tools are internet-based because most of the data that they're actually training on, all their mining is out there into the cloud. So as my colleague indicated here, we need to do a lot in investing into services that are locally within our countries and in Africa. For example, how many data centers do we have where we are storing all this data for use within our institutions for decision making? And then lastly, a lot of these services can be shared. I think we need to move into the concept of having shareable services. If there are data centers, how can we share them amongst each other, the institutions? If there are tools that are supporting us in decision making and they are so expensive, how can we share them? I think that can go a long way to help us get access to some of these tools that we have not been able to develop within our countries or in Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Professor Jude. Can we clap for our speakers, please, for responding? And also we clap for those of you who submitted comments. Let's clap for them as well. And the ones online, we thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. The take-home message really rotates around a couple of points. Number one, it's so important that institutions or agencies come up with some policies that can help guide the process of absorption of the AI tools and technologies. This is really something that will help us to operate within the regulatory framework. Two, the need for institutions to build capacity. You know, you may have the tools, you may have the technology, but there is a big issue. I'm sure you know the attrition rate of IT and computer science specialists. So the people in that field is very high. They, most of the time, can't stay in institutions because they get better jobs elsewhere. So we need to be thinking about investing, deliberate investment in human resource capacity. Number three is the infrastructure, and Professor Demte has challenged us. We all keep our data in cloud, the cloud that is controlled elsewhere, and we know what it means. Of course, we subscribe, we pay lots of money, but that's not the problem. The problem is when you get angry with your service provider, you know what will happen. You know, they hold the key sometimes and access. So I think we need to think greatly. And last but not least, for our regulators, I'm sure, this is a very interesting conversation. Institutions of higher learning within the Inter-University Council for East Africa have got the capacity. Is there a mechanism where we can actually, from what Jude has recommended, think of a common or central repository where we can access and share some data? And IUCEA really can take this lead. It could be a project of its own where we can develop a database, which is, you know, where we can deposit and access, as I mentioned, in a fair way, you know, so that data is findable. It belongs to the originators of the data. It's findable, it's accessible, it is interoperable. Can I play with the data from my end? You know, the data that is produced at University of Rwanda, if I'm looking for support for my medical school at Kampala International University or School of Engineering, whichever. So these are some of the key take-home messages, and I want to thank you for being an excellent audience as you head for your lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mpeza Mihigo, for doing justice to this first technical session. Can we give him another big round of applause? Before I provide guidance on lunch, allow me also to make my one contribution on the session. I'm just quoting the statements of eminent people in the world. One is from the UN Secretary General, Guterres. Recently, he said, was addressing the UN General Assembly, that artificial intelligence is a threat to humanity unless we put watchdog and ethical use. So I think that's where I think our regulators are coming, and we put policies in place and the other systems to ensure that we make good use of ethical use of artificial intelligence. Secondly, let me first declare my religiosity. I'm a Catholic. Last week, first, the Vatican has produced an ethics policy document on artificial intelligence. Before the Pope, Pope Francis signed the document, he made the following statement, that I'm convinced that the development of artificial intelligence and machine learning has the potential to contribute in a positive way to the future of humanity. We cannot dismiss it. So that the Academy of Vatican did its homework, come up with a document which has convinced even the Pope to say that we need artificial intelligence and it's going to contribute for good use of humanity. So I think as we are having this conversation here is to see how best we can come up with resolutions or the way how we can make good use of artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it's time for lunch. We are 30 minutes late. Lunch is served in the tent. There is a tent if you go down at the main entrance of the conference center. you turn left, you'll be guided. There's a big tent in the garden, open space. So we're going to have lunch there for 1 hour. 1 hour, we have to be here by 2:30, Rwanda time. Because I know East African time, if you're not synchronized your watch, you may take too short time to have your lunch. So enjoy your lunch. Let's be back here by 2:30. Thank you very much. desk. That's very important for accountability purposes. So do so before close of the day. Otherwise, I would like to invite Dr. Wada Rajab Gyagenda, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Kampala University, to chair the forthcoming session. Dr. Wada, please. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Hi. Okay, thank you for being awake. You know, lunch can do something on the body. So I take this opportunity to invite us all to the next session, which is session 3, panel discussion. I'm the chairperson. My name is Warda Rajab Gyagenda. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Kampala University, in charge of academics, research, innovation, internationalization. It's a whole 9-yard. We are discussing the quality assurance and opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence on higher education. May I kindly call the panelists, Professor Charles Ruranga. Professor Charles Ruranga, are you in the room? I'm going to mention your name and give your brief bio at the same time. Please come and take your seat as I read about you. Professor Ruranga holds a PhD in statistics, econometrics from the School of Statistics and Planning at Makerere University. He earns MS in economics from Université de Montréal, Canada. I can speak a little bit of French. Specializing in econometrics and international economics and finance. Prior to that, he completed his BSc in economics at the National University of Rwanda. With his extensive academic background, Professor Charles Ruranga possesses a strong expertise in statistics, econometrics, and economics. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Asanteni. I would also like to introduce Professor John Peter Opio from Gulu University. Professor John Peter Opio His global academic and professional background spans the disciplines of philosophy, anthropology, economics, business, and policy studies. He holds a PhD and MA from the Catholic University of Leuven, Belgium. He also holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Hull, UK, and a postdoctoral diploma in public policy and management from the University of York, UK. He's currently professor of business and development studies at Gulu University, Uganda. He's also a professor of strategy on the Pan-African MBA and Global Impact Entrepreneurship. A round of applause for him. Isa Muhammad Ali, are you in the room? Isa Muhammad Ali, are you in the room? Yeah, he's over there. Isa is a director and community manager at Tanzania AI Lab. He focuses on supporting youth in developing skills in technology and creating environments to apply those skills. He has worked with the Tanzania Ministry of Health in developing an AI policy framework for the health sector. He is a certified AI ethics trainer and contributed to the development of Nigeria's national artificial intelligence policy. A round of applause for him, please. Professor John Akech, he's online, right? Professor John Akech is online. He is Vice Chancellor of the University of Juba, the oldest and largest public university in South Sudan. He was the Vice Chancellor of the newly established University of Northern Bahr el Ghazal in Sudan, and was Assistant Professor in Mechanical Engineering Department and Deputy Director of the Center of Computer Studies, University of Juba. He graduated with BSc Applied Honors in Applied Physics and Electronics from the University of Jazeera, Masters in Systems Engineering from University of Wales College, Cardiff, UK, PhD, Manufacturing and Mechanical Engineering from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. Let's clap for him in absentia, no, online, virtually. Then Dr. Moise Busogi, I don't know if it's a he or she. I don't know if the person is around, actually. So we'll skip that. Then we have Professor Al-Atwahir Besam. He's also online from University of South Korea. I hope his connection is good enough for us to also get from him something. So we have a panel. They're not going to present. We'll have our own question and answer moment. We'll throw at each other questions and we discuss. I find it fascinating that I have to chair this topic, quality assurance. I've always been a student and persons of quality assurance almost half of my life in university settings. So we are looking at quality assurance and the opportunities and challenges of artificial intelligence in higher education. Before we open, I thought I needed to share with us something. I contributed earlier with a panel that was up here, and this comes from a personal experience. So Uganda, for those of you who are in Tanzania, you may not have experienced that, but Uganda, we had total lockdown. Then after some time, the Ministry of Education, in conjunction with National Council of Higher Education, made a decision that we should start teaching online. And usually, I have a policy, I do not buy handsets to my children until they finish high school. So I had a senior, right now my daughter who is in in senior 2 was in P6 back then. I had no choice but to get her a phone because she needed to study online. One day, I find her in her room, and I'm actually upset. I'm an academician. My daughter is supposed to be in class. At the time she's in class, she's with the phone in her bed. And I'm like, seriously? You're supposed to be in class and you're laying down? She said, Mommy, I'm in class right now. I said, okay. So what are you doing? She said, I'm studying. I said, okay, you know what? I'm sorry, but I have to see. And actually, she was in class. So I said, okay, but you're laying down. She said, but I'm in class. I said, you don't have a pen and a paper, and you're saying you're in class. Mommy, I screenshot. Now listen, I know how to screenshot. I didn't think you can actually, at that moment, you see, I come from a classroom with a pen and paper setting. But this is a girl who was laying down and attending classes, and she's saying she's screenshotting. So you know I'm not supposed to be defeated. At that point, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to see your performance at the end of the term. And she passed. So I said, I think we need to think here. I know how I can use right now I'm using my phone, I'm using this, and we are working. But I didn't think at that time that classroom can also be on the bed or in the bed, whichever, because I think she was covering herself. I didn't think of that as classroom, but actually it turned out to be classroom. And she did her exams, her final exams, the P6 exams, and she passed. But that was her mode of study. So when I stated earlier on that this is their future, it is not our future, And we need to work with them to sort of teach us certain things when we are creating those frameworks and policies. I meant it to the core. Because I think I'm quite knowledgeable with stuff around artificial intelligence and big data, because I'm also a student of econometrics, but I come from a different school. We come from a different school. And at this juncture, we are going to hear conversations from persons of different schools. So without much ado, I'll just give each one of you 1 minute to just give us a highlight on what you consider this quality assurance and artificial intelligence vis-a-vis challenges and opportunities for higher education. So 1 minute each. I start with you, sir.
Thank you. Charles Ruranga, as said in the introduction. I'm the Director of African Center of Excellence in Data Science at the University of Rwanda. So the center started in 2016 with the support of the World Bank. And one of the key activity or element in the center, we need to respect the minimum standard. The quality of education need to be at higher level. The second part, we need to be able to use different techniques for data science, including artificial intelligence. So I think this session is very interesting for me, and what I can give during this discussion is sharing the experience. How do we work in the African Center of Excellence in Data Science at the University of Rwanda? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Opio, 1 minute, just an overview.
Yeah, thank you very much. What I want to say is, well, when I was asked to participate in this discourse on quality assurance, artificial intelligence and higher education, I had very serious questions, and questions which took me back to my roots. That is, as was pointed out, although my qualifications are diverse, I am a phenomenologist. And phenomenologists question assumptions. We don't look at things from the face value. And the goal of the phenomenological reduction is to go to what they call the eidos, the thing in itself. So, in applying this to this discourse, debate, the conundrum between quality assurance and artificial intelligence, what I think we should do is not just focus on the placebos or the criticisms against ChatGPT or quality assurance, but get to the very purpose of education, what education is all about. And what is quality assurance? What role does quality assurance play in fostering the goal of education? And does ChatGPT and AI enable this achievement, or rather drive us back? And this is what I think will be my takeoff point.
Thank you. Brother Isa Muhammad Ali.
So first thing first, I have to start with a disclaimer that the thing most in common I have with my fellow panelists, doctors and professors, is that I also wear glasses. Beyond that, I do not come from an academic background. In the Tanzania AI Lab and community, we play a role between industry and academia, where our focus is sort of an ecosystem enabler. We look at working with students and youth and developing their capacity and ability to build ethical and responsible AI systems so that they are able to be employed, they're able to support startups. Some of them become freelancers, some of them become entrepreneurs. So when it comes to the topic of quality assurance and the challenges and opportunities, I'm looking at it from the point of view of the output. What is academia producing? What is higher learning education institutes producing for the industry to absorb? And in a perfect world, an organization like mine wouldn't exist if there was a perfect match from the output of higher education to industry. But the way the reality currently is there's significant skills mismatch that industry keeps on proclaiming, that the talent we are getting is not ready to hit the ground running. They require some more development, some more cooking, and that's the perspective I'm coming in from.
All right, thank you. Professor Akech, you're online. Would you like to give your contribution, just 1 minute, on the overview of your tech, please? Is he...
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm very excited to actually participate on this panel. Almost exactly 25 years ago, I was studying robotics and was going to use artificial intelligence techniques to allow my robot to be autonomous and to do things in environment, to find its location, to identify things, and to do some useful work. Most of the work was very much inspirational and visionary. So all the research of artificial intelligence, which has been going for almost 6 to 7 decades when it started, it actually involved putting the building blocks for the AI, because what the AI is trying to do is not different from what GM is doing, is not different from nanotechnology, is not different from splitting the atom. It is actually humans being has been actually dreaming all along. So I think now AI recently has come of age in a sense that everybody's woken up that AI is here, it's already being used like we had, it's available everywhere. We are using some kind of AI. But now we also have AI shells like OpenAI GPT, which you can use like you would use a Word document. Imagine when we have the first Excel, that can actually do the accounting work for you rather than, So, and imagine when we were using, putting radios in cars. I read somewhere, there were speculation that if the radios in a car, is going to, people are going to cause accidents. So I would say that in education, in 25 years ago, we were talking about these things, like personalized learning. Personalized learning is already happening in the market, with the, if you go and you try to buy it, they will know what it is on the Facebook. So all these things, technologies are here, and for education, it open opportunities. We have been told about different applications that can allow us in planning our lectures, in doing assessment, but of course, it provides opportunities, it provides also challenges. And I'm sure we will rise up to those challenges, but we don't take it for granted. So I'm excited to participate in this, on this panel.
Thank you, Professor Akech. Professor Basim, I'm probably more excited to hear from you all the way from South Korea. And being technologists, we are expecting to hear some more fancy stuff from you and, your perspective on this topic.
Yeah, South Sudan, please.
I'm talking to Basim.
All right, okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Warda. Just to clarify, it's me, Professor Absi. We changed the speaker in the last minute. And in fact, I was supposed to talk about the student mobility, but I've been informed recently that it's about the AI in education. Anyhow, it's me, Ahmed Absi. I'm a Dean of International Faculty from Kyongdo University Global Campus. We have very strong collaboration with IUCEA, where we receive 35 students every year from completely fully funded scholarship. And this semester and on, we have strengthening our collaboration with East Africa by providing extra scholarship for East African students, completely fully funded for the first semester. This agreement has been shared with the IUCEA, and we are going to formalize it very soon. Just by looking into the title, as of course, AI has been everywhere and more into education nowadays. And I believe AI and data, especially big data, in terms of the volume, in terms of velocity, in terms of veracity, it becomes available and nothing stops us from using AI. And especially in terms of the hardware and software. Majority of people think there is a lot of investment should be there in just to use AI, or you should be required to be from IT background or having advanced degree, but that's completely the myth of this area. Hardware becomes very cheap because if you talk about AI means you need data. And data means, a machine that learned by itself. And data becomes available everywhere, and storage becomes very cheap. Big data processing hardware becomes available. Software is available for free as an open source. So why not? So I think if you look at it, we have been accumulated a lot of data. And if you look at it as institutions, this data have been stored, but we are not getting the golden insights from this data. We keep storing it without processing it, without assessing how far we really can utilize this data. Data is the oil, and best is how we can put this data into very good information, very good context, so we can improve our decision making, especially when it comes to the quality assurance and in education. Of course, within this, we can understand and improve our systems for all the educational stakeholders in terms of students, faculty, universities, or governments. Applying it in improving our campuses, having smart campuses where you can find, campuses now can interact with any queries about the enrollments or applications, looking into the students or faculty satisfactions, AI that can develop a complete curriculum, complete syllabus for professors, and so why not? So that's all. It needs a lot of effort from our side, and I think all universities, if they really come together and they really look into the curriculums, and they will find into assessment, is these curriculums that we do is really producing good learning outcomes that can match the industry requirements in terms of providing higher employability for the graduates. Because at the end, if you look at it, we all produce the same basic degrees. Bachelor degree, all of us, we have Bachelor of Business Administration, Hotel Management, Smart Computing. So why don't we all come together and focus on a specific higher employability major component specializations like data science, AI, big data, Internet of Things.
So that makes me, yes. Now that makes me wonder, I hear all of you are saying we're in the fourth industrial revolution and the world to go is AI, and I'm beginning to think in this world of higher education institutions with the quality assurance frameworks that we have in place, does it then mean, Professor Pio, let me start with you. You are a phenomenologist. Does it mean then that the quality assurance is obsolete? Do we no longer need quality assurance in our higher education institutions? What does that mean?
That is an important but daunting question because as we know with AI and ChatGPT, we have a scenario where there is free flow of uncontrolled and uncontrollable body of information and sources, data, and so on. And these challenges the whole agenda, traditional agenda of quality assurance, which is having mechanisms of control, having standards, frameworks to guide, to ensure that learning is taking place. So in a sense, AI challenges us gingerly to think about quality. Anyway, what is quality? Who sets the standards and measures of quality? These are serious questions that I think we cannot provide easy answers for. But as I pointed out earlier, these calls us to rethink the whole purpose of education. And here, I will recall, and as I was reflecting on this, I was reminded, I went back to, I was reminded by the author, one of the greatest advocates of the conceptualization of education, John Henry Newman, in The Idea of a University. One of the very early reflections, what is the purpose of education? What is the purpose of university? What is the purpose of higher learning? According to him, producing body of knowledge, subjects that you control in order to have output in terms of qualifications is not enough. Anyway, with ChatGPT and AI, it's impossible to do that anyway. As you pointed out, the young generation, the AI savvy generation can get around everything that we are trying to control.
So
Now,
just hold your thought, because I really want Muhammad Ali to come in, because he's coming from the industry element, rethinking the purpose of education. After all, with the world of artificial intelligence, maybe school is not enough. With all these opportunities out there, I'm thinking in terms of assuming I'm the employer, I'm the industry, and I want to absorb these students. What is your perspective, Muhammad Ali, from the angle of these are students coming from this formal academic sector, these are the papers they bring, and yet you have to employ them in this world of AI. So before, Professor, you go forward, I would like to hear his view. Thank you.
First, please feel free to call me Isa if that's easier. And from there, so in one word, when we think about a lot of the graduates that are coming out of a lot of higher learning institutions, the word that usually comes to mind is disappointing. And that's because of the mismatch that we're looking at. In industry, we're looking for performance. We're looking for the output the individual creates. So when we look at these institutions, typically the idea that we had in mind was this education institute exists for two main purposes. At least that's the way I understood it, that we are looking at, number one, creating a body of knowledge. You're creating research, you're creating advancements by looking at the cutting edge. But the second side is you're creating skill. And this skill is meant to go to industry, and industry is looking at performance, is looking at output. In industry, we don't care how you get to that output. We want the output. Whether you use ChatGPT to get there, whether you use certain insights, we need to get to market as quickly as possible, validate any assumptions, and scale as quickly as possible. But then when we look at the process and procedures that are being taken to teach students in these institutions, that's where the mismatch comes in, where there's much more emphasis on the prestige of the learning process. That yes, you need to go through a certain set of stages and metrics to be able to learn in a certain way, else we don't consider it learning. Meanwhile, from the industry point of view, we want people who are able to be creative, to go outside of the bounds of what's typical, to find novel approaches to do things, whether it's using extra tools or resources, as long as there is validity in the output that they get.
So the end justifies the means. You really don't care. All they care is somebody who can produce and do what you need. So Charles, you're heading the African Center for Excellency Data Science. We are hearing some very disturbing thing, and I want to come back later to Professor Pio. The industry is saying we really don't care. How the child got the paper does not matter. What matters is can they deliver. And we are here saying there must be some quality checks. But you're also telling us that without the data, big data and data analysis, so we need big data analytics to be able to understand, to make informed decisions. How do we loop this in?
Yeah, thank you. Quality assurance is a key element for higher learning institutions. What we have in the center at the University of Rwanda, with this period of artificial intelligence, as different presentation this morning, it is very important to work on it. It is very important to use it. We don't have other option. But when you come back to the quality is very important for universities, and we need to have measures. You can see that the quality assurance is to be to meet standard, the standard to be of excellence for the universities. So in order to have that, we need to see the mechanism of monitoring, evaluations, and even other aspects, how the program are designed, how the teaching and learning, the method used, and the different other aspects related to the quality assurance at the university. What I can say here at university, we need to work with the current status of artificial intelligence. We used to give the assignment where students can go and sit and work, but it is now possible to go and use the chat GPT or any other tool and get the response. But we need to be able to work with this, adjust the program, and what need to be really assessed with these available tools, what students need to be able to do, and how to check what the students have been done and what is from the software or any other tools. So I think that is what is needed at this level. The quality assurance, the different other techniques, they need to be adapted to the use of artificial intelligence and maintain that standard. This will respond to the expected or the expectation from the industry. If university is able to control, to work with students. Another challenge with this technology, we need to have staff also who are well equipped in order to be able to use these techniques to check if students are really producing what is expected. But there is investment also which is needed, where all students need to have the same facilities, the tools, and so on, so they can be able to achieve the expected level of the industry. So that is what I can say now. The quality is very important, but we need to have other measures to control the quality at the university level.
So, John, you're online and you have been in this industry for a very long time and you have been in several universities with a very rich background. Does it then mean that artificial intelligence is the way to go in as far as quality education in higher education institutions is concerned? What direction should we take?
You know, moderator, the way I look at this, when you talk about quality issues, I'm saying how would we actually ensure that there is quality learning? You know, students have not abused a system to get to do their assignments, to solve their projects, write their essays, which is some of the things that these technologies can do, become lazy, and that's the negative side of ascendancy of AI. So, so from this point would be like if the student has not followed what we think is the traditional way of actually a hard, credits, and has simply used AI to get around, there would be questions from industry like, really, what quality of graduates that we have got? Are they really up to the task? However, I think that is the fear, and that is the angle at which I'm looking at it. I'm looking at AI as an opportunity to solve, industrial problems, community problems, real-world problems through projects. Is allow us to be able to plan intelligently. I think we need AI labs now in our universities. We need to have AI literacy, not ICT literacy, so that we are aware about it. We are aware about the tools. We can use these tools efficiently, like we do with the statistical tools like R and all that, like Excel. So it is another way. We cannot afford to be left behind. So I'm saying is that, okay, now when the students is using these tools, can we trust in the quality of the graduate? That's the question. I think this is their future. I think this, for them, it is there. You know, some of these new generations actually, like those who were born about 7 years ago, they just had their iPhone in their hands. This is their era. This is their tools. I'm sure, given the guidelines and the rule of use of that, and the way to check this and go around to see the abuse and misuse of the new technology, to be able to curtail that, we will be able to make some, enjoy it rather than fear it, and be able to be more productive, and the industry will also will benefit. I also fear that perhaps it's going to be like, some industries are going to say you need to have, this, you must have used this tool or that tools, because it actually, you need to come well versed in that. And that can be a problem. It's going to create and widen the digital divide, inequalities. So I think those are the things that I fear. Like anything else, is double-edged. There are opportunities, there are challenges, and abuses can be managed so that you are not lazy, you are not cheating, but you are being creative, and the result is good. I think, given looking back, fear is important for us not to sleep. But I think if we look at human history, all these new technologies had created fear in some sectors, but eventually the net effect is that everybody benefits and the quality rises.
So there's a pro and con to everything, but your position is, no matter what, you think that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Besam, I know you have about 35 of our students from East Africa and South Korea, and given the experiences they came from, I'm focusing on quality and the direction of artificial intelligence in as far as shaping quality of higher education institutions is concerned. Can you suggest, given that I know you spend some time with the students, you saw their strengths and weaknesses. What would you suggest should be the direction for quality assurance in these universities in the face of artificial intelligence?
I think aligning the AI with the curriculum, that's what I'm sharing the experience of what we do in Kyongdo University. We brought the 5 highly competitive areas in the area of smart computing. Games development, AI and data science, Internet of Things, data security and data privacy, networking and Internet of Things, mobile and web programming. Those are the 5 highly competitive areas that we expect, or we, based on the study, that industry is expecting graduates to really master these areas. Moreover, industry is looking now on looking for hiring graduates that are able to deal with the machine, because we are moving from having human-oriented teams to human robot team, so hybrid team. So if graduates are not able to understand what this AI is producing, at what this AI is saying, because AI becomes very powerful in a way that, as you know, by looking into the data, can understand the past, and now we move to understanding the present, and now can tell you how the future will look like. Now, the problem is, even AI is telling us clearly how the future looks like, we fail to understand what the AI is trying to say and what we are supposed to do. Even we know that future the result in the future will be looks this way. What we have to do, that needs a lot of learning, a lot of understanding of how to deal with the AI and how we can coexist with the AI itself. And this will never happen unless we bring it from the early foundations of our curriculum, so the students can really master this area, and they can equip it with any job opportunities after graduation. Our students in smart computing here, if I talk about African students, frankly, they are the top students in that. And here in KDU, we are now also organizing the international conference on smart computing and AI. And even though our students are still bachelor degree, but I can say they really produce high quality AI, concepts and algorithms and applications within this area. So that's what we are doing at the moment in Kyongdo University Global.
Yes, Professor Pio.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to take up the focus that has moved from the purpose of education, using AI, to producing people with the skill set that the industry need. I think that is disingenuous, because educational institutions are not appendages of industries. I would like to say that very clearly. The purpose of education, and I have not finished, is not to create people with skills that industries need, but to train, to unleash creativity in people. It is this creativity that will add value to industries and other institutions. So, and this is, I think, where the whole discourse on artificial intelligence and ChatGPT and all those are being misled. The purpose of education is beyond that. And moreover, the same industry, and this is for me the biggest challenge we have with AI and artificial intelligence, not that they encourage all those malpractices, plagiarisms, call in with research and so on. The biggest challenge, and for me, unless this challenge is handled, then education will go to the dogs. Prof, the erosion of criticality and intellectual
before
rigor.
You read that, I told you my daughter was studying in her bed I don't know whether that is quality. But she passed. I don't know whether that is quality. And she was screenshotting. I don't know whether that is quality. So what are we teaching? These kids are doing real-time behaviors in as far as the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, the whole big data analytics. They're using this to do what they think is the shortcut. And I hear Issa saying, we don't care about the papers, we care about people who can produce. So where is the middle ground here? I would like you to finish, and I want to hear from, because he's the industry guy. I really want to hear a little bit, because I know our regulators are here. They can pick from there.
Yes. I think, for me, quality assurance, however we look at it, must focus on enhancing people's learning and so on. And in that sense, ChatGPT as a tool or AI, in as far as it fosters learning, is not a bad thing. But the issue is that the very existence, the very purpose for which education is, that is to allow for self-development, critical thinking, is being eroded. And I don't think it is necessarily a great thing that, well, the young people are very versatile with technology. When they become functionally illiterate, that technology they know is all they know. They're incapable of thinking critically and synthetically. And I think if in quality assurance, this criticality is not brought to the center, even with research, we will lose it. We will get people who are producing researches that are trivial, not well thought out. And in fact, these days, the problem we have with research is not that we don't have enough output, although in academic institutions, there is frantic quest to publish or perish. But without critical thinking capacity to think through,
to analyze,
what you have is a conveyor belt of research which are trivial. And that triviality is at the core of what quality assurance is.
I want to hear from Issa and then Charles, and our folks online are itching. They have so much to contribute. Then we go to those questions. Yes, Issa, the industry guy?
No pressure. So, Professor, I understand what you're saying. I see the point of view and perspective you're coming from. And from a purism point of view of what higher learning institutes and research institutes and education stands for, from a purism point of view, makes a lot of sense. That what it's meant to do is inspire that creativity and that learning journey. Very much, yes. What we are seeing, though, is while that is a significant component of it, when we come to the industry side of things, we start looking a lot more at the skill set. And that's where we start to see a form of gap. And what that's starting to entail is if we want the educational pursuit and the criticality and purism to be maintained, then we should be very conscious and say that this is now what a higher learning institution focuses on. And it is not necessarily a pathway to industry anymore. The problem that has come into play is, why do young people go to study at university? We usually go to study at university because we are told, go to uni, get a degree, so you can get a job and earn money. A lot of young people are looking at it as a pathway and pipeline to self-sustenance. And there is a discussion to be had from a philosophy point of view that even if a word or a concept at one point in time meant something else, if it is now being used in a different way, has its meaning changed over time? Perhaps the linguists can tell us more about that side of things. But because a significant group of people are looking at higher learning institutions as a pathway to self-sustenance, is where this entire conversation of the skills mismatch and industry matching comes into play. But if we come to an agreement that perhaps that isn't necessarily the role of higher learning institutes or research institutes anymore, and they're more focused on a purism, research, critical thinking, development point of view.
Recording in progress.
Then perhaps there could be some interesting avenues that develop on the side that look at vocational skill development that are more pure in skill development. Because we're not saying that the use of these tools will entirely erode critical thinking. Perhaps this is an oversimplification, but we come to the age-old adage about when we used to be told, oh, don't use calculators because you won't always have a calculator with you wherever you go. And now we have calculators wherever we go. Don't use AI and ChatGPT because we won't always have it with us, but we don't know how all of this will evolve. If we're looking from a very long-term point of view, you have people like Neuralink who are looking at embedding these tools directly inside your body. So all of that can evolve. When we look at it from the industry point of view is where, yes, we want high-quality people, but it's a question of what does quality mean? And this was a very good point you raised earlier. What does quality mean when we talk about higher learning institutions? Are we looking at it from the research point of view? Are we looking at it from the industry output point of view? And how do we find that?
Charles, before you come in, someone online is saying, I agree with the professor. To me, I think that ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, helps one narrow down to a point and utilize critical thinking to that specific subject, unlike wasting thought on the irrelevant subjects. That's online there, so you can see the kind of charts. I'm just picking a few. Then there's this one who is saying, one, besides knowledge, how do we concretize values and skills using artificial intelligence infrastructure? Two, how do we enrich e-laboratories to practicals? So they want us to tie this to the relevance of academia. They want us to tie this to the relevance of real-time activities as far as our students in school are concerned, and how do we move forward? So I'd like to hear from Charles, given that you're in the Data Center of Excellency, Data Sciences. How do we relate that?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to start with the first part where we can ask ourselves a question with the AI. This is not compatible with critical thinking. If students have that facilities, they have many tools to be used. Is that an issue or still opportunity? Yeah, I think as in the data science, yeah, all these are facilities. They are opportunities, and when you have the tools, the time used to get the result, findings, so this will be used to read the result and be able to interpret and discuss and so on. Yeah, what is needed is the measures at the university level to be sure that a student use the time for the discussion, the understanding, but they will get a result. They can even get other information through AI and other data science techniques. The time will be more concentrated on understanding what is the result and how this was generated and so on. So I think there is still what is needed on the side of the student and the staff. Yeah, for me, I see AI and other as opportunities for research and even for others, and the time we used to, I remember when they started with econometrics, we used to use the calculators, so you will sit in the room working on it, and just to get the final result, you will take 5 hours. So, but now, with the tools and the other facilities, you will directly get the results. So the remaining will be to think what this can contribute to the community, what is the solution there. So I think that in that way, if we have the standard for the quality, expected the quality at university, and the measures to check if all students are in line with the guideline, and we will even be able to respond to the student will be, graduate will be qualified and have quality, high quality for industry, but also for research. What is needed is the measures at university level to see how the standard is respected and how to achieve it. So it will be really important, and we need to have those kind of policies, measures, and different other tools at university level.
Okay, I'm going to open up questions to the audience, but while I do that, how I wish I did my PhD now, as opposed to then. I don't want to remember the econometrics class and my applied economics at postgraduate, applied mathematics. And you're like, I wish artificial intelligence was there then. It was, but to this, the way it is right now, my life would have been easier. So any question out in the audience? Yes, 1, 2. Who is taking the microphone round? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hands. Can we kindly make it like less than a minute, and then we try to wrap it up? I'll start over there, and then the 4 hands here, and the 4 hands over there. Thank you. Technology needs help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for this very interesting discussion. My name is Johanna Mashala. I'm a professor of medical physiology and the Vice Chancellor at the Hubert Kairuki Memorial University. Now let me cut the story short. This artificial intelligence is kind of an animal which is now with us. Although if you read the genesis of the 4th Industrial Revolution, you find that it started a long time ago. And we are told this morning that 1956 AI was being used. However, we are scared about it. Now this afternoon, when I was looking at the topic, which the discussant is the quality assurance and opportunities and challenges of AI on higher education. I think we heard in the morning about the opportunities and the challenges. But I thought that this afternoon we are going to focus on how actually this quality assurance comes in. What is the quality assurance in the first place? And then my challenge is, this thing is coming now. It's not only a question of education, but for us, the teachers or the professors, etc., is mind change also. It's something which is coming as a change. How do we manage it? What are our attitudes towards it? But even more ways, which now I would ask, the discussants. We are talking about ourselves, and I've heard about students being mentioned. But is there any institution which has looked at what do students think about artificial intelligence? Because there is no way we can move ourselves along without knowing exactly what they know about.
So the question is student input
Absolutely.
into issues of artificial intelligence. Yes, Professor Mpeza Mihigo, and then there are 3 other hands behind there. Yes, 1, 2.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. First of all, the issue of quality and employability. Do we want, and this is a very big mistake, I think, which we need to correct or think about. Most often, universities are blamed for producing people who are lacking in certain skill set, and therefore make a conclusion because they are not employed at that particular time. We are therefore producing people who are half-baked, and I think it's not correct because employment and the politics around it and the expansion of the industry are two different things. So the industry seems to be in their own world, and the universities are in their own world. The fundamental question is, how do we now integrate AI to affect the quality of training? At the same time also, industry gets interested in what is happening in universities and adopt the method in between. So the take-home message as I finish, Madam Chair, is that it's not always correct to say that people are not employed because the graduates we are producing are actually ill-trained. The issue is the expansion, the absorption capacity of the industry, of the job market, is not matching the production capacity from universities. And so what we need to do, and I think IUCEA and others we have to influence the industrialization that is taking place, to influence curricula in universities so that these internships and placements that we do in industry feed into the curriculum. Unfortunately, the industry have different objectives. Most of them are for making profit and therefore are quite confidential in even allowing our own students to be able to practice what they should be able to do once they get out. I submit.
Thank you, Prof. There are two hands behind you. And then we move on the other side. I really request that we make it half a minute so that we conclude this session.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Professor Njenga Munene, the Vice Chancellor of Zitech University in Kenya. My little concern is about this expansion on use of AI and data. How do universities plan to deal with the issue of data privacy and the litigations that are likely to be coming from the usage of data, as it is happening in very many places, where universities are being sued for using data for the purpose of education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Augustine Felebwegu, DVCAA for Victoria University in Kampala. Artificial intelligence for me is a two-edged sword. While it can give us quite a massive amount of benefit, as we can personalize teaching, we can automate feedback. These are great things. On the other side, like the professor was concerned, it could completely erode deep learning and critical thinking if we don't change the way we do things. We have a problem, and the problem is a lot of our educational system is producing people who can only remember things. And what the industry guy is saying, it's correct, because we are assessing people to remember rather than to apply things. What the industry is looking for is not what you know, but what you can do with what you know. And we need to change our assessment strategy. Otherwise, with ChatGPT, with all the artificial intelligence boots that we have now, there are 4,000 of them and more are coming up every day, the entire landscape of assessment has got to change. We need to rethink the way we assess people. We need to make our assessment more competence-based, and we need to think very carefully about how we train people, that it's about them being able to apply the knowledge they know. With my mobile phone, I have ChatGPT. There's a lot I can find out, but what can I do with what I can find out? That's what's important.
Thank you so much. There's a hand in the back, and then we move forward to the three gentlemen. Can I really request for it to be half a minute?
My name is Julius Nyabundi, Vice Chancellor of Maseno University in Kenya. We are here as Inter-University Council for East Africa, I want us to advocate the cause of universities. Very many times we sit as a passive observers to political statements. And when people say that universities are producing people who are not job-oriented, we tend to accept and consume it. What are we doing about it? This has been said over and over again. In my opinion, the reason we're not doing anything about it is because it is not true. And I can tell you why. One, in all these countries, there are many more teachers produced who are trained, and yet there are many more teachers who are not employed. Here we have people who are not even university graduates. They are trained, but there are no jobs for them. What is the problem? The problem is the economy. And because most politicians don't want to address the issue of economy, they want to address the issue of universities, because university leaders are passive and therefore recipients of unnecessary criticism. The issue of skills and critical thinking, I fully agree with the Professor Peel. We have to train for critical thinking. And we have been in these countries before. When I was going to school, everybody who was graduating was being absorbed. Nobody talked about this relevance between employment and whatever. The syllabuses have not changed much.
Thank you.
And I think universities have responded very much to issues which emerge. And I'm happy that this issue of AI is emerging. I'm sure that if it remains relevant, the universities will pick it up. I'll tell you one thing. Take procurement, for example.
I'm being told that we are time bad.
Procurement
there are two
was
other
never a
gentlemen who
discipline.
need, to ask their questions, I beg. There are two other gentlemen on that table behind you. I beg, please. And then we conclude there so that we close. I know this is a very interesting subject, but we need to wrap it up.
Thank you, Chair. Aaron is my name, Uganda Christian University. The challenge I see is not the need for AI, because we need it last year. The challenge is in the word itself, artificial intelligence. The intelligence in the machines is the problem.
Is artificial?
Is the challenge. And how to quality assure it. Because remember, these are machines. What you feed them with is what they produce. Garbage in, garbage out. So our focus should be on what kind of information is put into these gadgets. And how do we then quality assure it so that we're not feeding learners on garbage? And what kind of quality assurance mechanism can we put in place to deal with fake information? That's where the challenge is.
Thank you, Prof. Another Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. I think quality assurance must always be at the core of whatever we do. And I'm sure even AI, they have their quality assurance mechanisms. So we cannot place the two as if they are as if they are enemies. I think the key is quality assurance now has to develop mechanisms of dealing with the new phenomena of AI and data processing. And I think once we understand that both are needed, AI, whether we like it or not, is with us, but quality assurance now must also develop mechanisms of dealing with the new kid on the block, which is AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. As a matter of quality assurance, I'm making a disclaimer. The gentleman that just talked right now, the rector of Islamic University in Uganda, happens to be my husband, but we're in two different universities. That's just a quality assurance check. So we are wrapping it up. I'm going to allow our participants online, our presenters online. John, we need just 1 minute from you, and then Besam, and then we conclude with the people who are on the stage. Thank you. John, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Thank you very much.
Okay, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I think this is like anything else. Starting with the last speaker,
that artificial intelligence is a problem. Why is it called? In fact, one of the writers I read recently was interviewed on this subject by the Financial Times. He called it that it is a misnomer. He called it, applied the statistics. But of course, not everything is based on regression. Other things, use different techniques to learn. It's not all about regression. Let me say that, this is expected when you come to quality assurance. First of all, this technology belongs to current generation, so they will do with it whatever they want. The idea that there will be problem of employment because of mismatch, and even what has been said all the time, it's been correctly pointed out that sometimes the issues are economics. There is not enough jobs to go around. But also, let me say that one time, one of my professors said that all we need to know, actually, because technology is changing, is to know calculus and English language, and then anything else we can learn. And so you can go into industry, you can do smart agriculture, you can use car design and assembly. People can actually learn anything as long as they have numeracy and language skills, they can learn anything new. So I think, worries about, but now we need to control, to come with regulations, to put down, the rule of game. And of course, we cannot do it without knowing the flip sides of it. Once we know it, we come up, we will always find a way to simply check all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Besam, 1 minute. One minute, Besam.
Is it me?
Yes, Besam, it's you. 1 minute to wrap up. Can you hear us?
Yes. So, in fact, I will still emphasize on having a specialized curriculums, not a general curriculum, because still we are producing graduates that degrees that it makes worth it for all their effort to match the demands of the industry. So curriculum must be revisited again, must be kept up to date, and must be directed and specialized and equipped with the latest technologies like data science, AI, and this specialization should be started as early as second year, not just the final year or last project, and we call it specialized. So that's, I think, how we look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to say that the AI is important for students, but also for staff. But the use of it need to be well oriented, and the quality we are saying is here is mainly the quality of higher education. And yeah, if the staff and the student have a good quality, so they will be even able to give the command and ask information as expected. Yeah, the third, even if we need to have the graduate who have that critical thinking, but they need also to respond to the needs of the market outside or contribute to the development challenges. So they need to give solutions. And I think during the designing of the program, all stakeholders need to be involved, and they need to contribute. And at the end, there will not be one to say that the program was not relevant or what. So the industry need to be involved during the process of the program development. They can also be involved during the training. It's through the seminars, public lectures, and even other short programs. So that is I think that will solve the issue of saying that the graduates are not relevant. It is a problem of university, industry. So all stakeholders need to be involved, and I'm sure that this will contribute to the quality of graduates when they go to the market. but even when they can work at university and the other institutions.
Thank you, Charles. Sophia?
Thank you. I think AI, ChatGPT, and any other tool that will be developed offer great promise, but they also have great challenges. What is important for us educators is to look at them with open eyes and open mind, because what is at the core is that whatever enables learning is to be promoted, but due care must be placed in the context of learning and education. I would like to point out that I see more the promise of AI, not so much in fostering employable people, but people who, because they've been able to develop versatile thinking, even today, industries themselves, by the way, are talking about disruptive thinking, disruptive thinkers, people who think out of the box. It is these disruptive thinkers who are actually at the forefront of innovation, what we call also disruptive innovation. And actually a course that I teach on this, innovation, creativity, and change. And by the way, I teach business myself and a strategist. Actually, what is at the core is that in order to create new industries, you need people who leverage technology in a disruptive way, who think disruptively in order to bring new industries. Industries grow out of disruptions, not out of doing more of the same. That is one. Secondly, somebody asked, how do you bring quality assurance on the ground using AI? Well, there is no time to explain this. This is something I've been concerned with, and I have attempted through assessment and research to move away from the traditional information-based testing approach to what I call, and I know a number of you know, learning portfolios. Learning portfolios enable learners, students, and by the way, when I say learners, a lecturer, a professor, is the first learner. And if a professor is not a learner, there cannot be learning in the context. So, and then also other students. So I have developed this course which factors in portfolio learning, where every process is embedded with learning and assessment, so that the outcome is not just the grade somebody gets at the end of the course, but what somebody derives, how they make sense out of it.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Issa?
Very quickly, I think there are too many on. There we go. Okay, so when it comes to coming back to the thematic area of the topic, the quality assurance, the reality is these tools are becoming more and more ubiquitous. They're there, they're in the industry, whether we like it or not. Our students, our fellows are going to utilize them. They will find creative ways to use them, even if officially we are not allowed to use them. Students have been notorious for being creative around rules and how to bend the rules, let's say that. So whatever the case, these tools are ubiquitous, they're going to be into play. Taking that into account, how do we, number one, ensure that they are producing quality that meets up to the standards we're still looking for? Number two, we understand that they are quality out of the process when they graduate from these programs. But that leads us to a significant question of how do we define this quality and how do we utilize these tools to ensure this quality is maintained? And a big part of the discussion that has come today is there are two mindsets. One is that higher learning institutions are not meant to feed into the job market, to the industry market. And that's a mindset that has its merits as well, that's focused on the education, the learning, the research. But then there's the other side, which looks at one of the major priorities of higher learning is to feed into the job market, because that's where skills are being developed. And both can coexist, that's fine. But how do we measure the quality in both aspects with the existence of these tools and the people who will utilize them? And just to end it with a very fun short story to show how ubiquitous these tools are, I know an old mama, I'm not going to take any names, and she has been doing a lot of work in education and teaching children with cognitive challenges, so special needs. But now she's doing her PhD, and she has to write a thesis. But she's been so ingrained into work, she's not sure how to deal with the formal academic methodology of a thesis writing and all of that. So she was talking to her supervisor. And her supervisor, this was around November, December time, her supervisor was like, don't worry. So my son has shown me this tool. It is a very secret tool. You can't tell anyone about it. But you will ask it, give it your thesis question, and it will do all the work for you. And then you just copy-paste, and you're done. And this was when ChatGPT was just coming out. This is happening at PhD thesis levels, coming from one advisor to a student. So this is ubiquitous. And there will be people who find ways that plagiarism checkers won't find out, and all of that. How do we ensure we can adopt these tools, but make sure we're improving the quality of output, not just maintaining it? Can we improve what comes out of these processes, out of these systems and structures? Thank you.
Thank you, Issa. So we conclude food for thought. From what I'm hearing is that we have an uphill task. And I'm beginning to wonder now, how often are we going to review our quality assurance policies and quality assurance framework? We have artificial intelligence right now and all other related materials around that area. Uganda has just rolled out a competence-based curriculum for the lower secondary school, but most of the East African universities are existing in a very formal, traditional ecosystem. So I don't know how we are going to break through, because these children in the next 4 years are coming to our universities. So are we right now going to up our quality assurance framework for artificial intelligence or for the competence-based curriculum that is coming up? What else are we going to look at? So we should be ready to change as the change comes along. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all those who contributed today. Can it be bigger than that? And it's not artificial enough. I wish it was, but thank you.
And the bigger one for our moderator, Dr. Wada. You have really done a wonderful, very interactive engagement with your panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Wada. Next session, this is the last panel discussion that will be chaired by Dr. Vincent Ogutu, the Vice Chancellor of Strathmore University, that is based in Nairobi, Kenya. Strathmore University is one of the private, very innovative universities in the region. And I had a chat with him during lunchtime. He introduced me to what he calls an innovation algorithm, which is very interesting. I wish we would have a session with you at least to tell us a little bit more about innovation algorithm. But your duty now is to moderate the session. So please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you tired? It's one of the last sessions now. But don't worry, we'll try and make it worth your while. And so I'd like to invite the panelists from my session. So is Didier Nkuriki Mfura around? Didier, please. Welcome. Please welcome Didier with a round of applause. So just take your seat, maybe right at the end. Yes, thank you. And then I'd also like to, so I'll tell you a little bit about Didier. So Didier is the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer for Smart Africa Innovation. He has an MSc in Computer Science and Software Engineering from the National University of Rwanda. And the areas that he specializes in are policy, fintech, and startups. So let's give him a round of applause. Then we want to, I'm starting with home here, Rwanda. We were supposed to have Esther Kunda, who is the Director General for Innovation and Emerging Technologies here. She couldn't come, but thankfully she's sent us an amazing person by the name of Victor Muvunyi, who is walking up. He works with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation and holds the position of Senior Engineer in charge of emerging technologies, of which we're looking at artificial intelligence. So please give a hand to Victor Muvunyi. And then coming from far away, we have John Kamara, who is the founder and CEO of Adenian Labs. So John has worked for several big IT companies. He's an ex-Google person. He's worked for O2 in Ireland, Digicel in Jamaica, BMC Software, and he specializes in the areas of AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, smart technology, and here's the part you shouldn't miss. He's an angel investor. So he actually invests in businesses and startups. So you need to know this guy if you have people who have startups in your university. So please welcome John Kamara. And then we have Mr. John Matogo, who is the leader for corporate social responsibility in the Middle East and Africa for IBM. He holds a Master of Science in Information Systems from my university, Strathmore University. I've known John for a very long time, and since we're talking about AI, IBM was one of the first corporations in the world to experiment with AI. So for those of you who've heard of Ask Watson, Watson was the earlier version of the AI that we're now talking about. So a big welcome to John Matogo. And then also coming from very far away, we have Mr. Luxolo Rubushe. In case you didn't hear that, Luxolo. Please come forward. This is the Managing Director, Education at Adapt IT. He has been working in providing ERP solutions for 35 years. He has a wide experience, both geographically, so we're talking South Africa, East and West Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Pacific, but he also has a wide experience in terms of the fields he's been in. He's worked in the areas of tourism, finance, management consulting at Accenture. We're so delighted to have Mr. Luxolo with us. I do not think I've left anyone out. Is anyone here thinking they were on the panel? Okay, very good. So I shall walk up and join them. Okay, so my dear panelists, I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself and what your connection is with this whole idea of artificial intelligence. We've been hearing about artificial intelligence the whole day, and probably you're wondering, does this have anything to do with us? And we're supposed to contextualize this and bring it to East Africa and tell you how it affects us. But first, I want you to know who's going to be talking to you. So let's start with John Matogo. Tell us a bit about yourself and your involvement in AI.
Thank you, Vincent. And first of all, I would say it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to IUCEA for having me here. And you know, an honor to be on a panel with a former teacher. So, well, I think my profile is in the booklet, so I'll not go into that. What I would say, I think, for me, my involvement in technology, I would say I'm a technology enthusiast through and through. I've been in tech as far back as I can remember. And also, I would say I've been interested in education and in entrepreneurship. So over the years, I've been involved in working with students, with faculty, and also with entrepreneurs and startups. So when I look at my role in a company like IBM, so IBM is this global technology company, you know, has been there defining technology, and you know, when we started introducing Watson, which is our AI technology, the way I look at it is, how can I bring this capability of Watson to young innovators in Kenya, in Africa, for them to bring out their innovations and make use of these technologies. So this is, I can say in a nutshell, what my mission is.
Thank you very much. What about you, Lukholo? I'll keep trying to pronounce it correctly, but...
Good afternoon. I think first I must really express my appreciation. I think the manner in which you pronounce Lukholo, truly impressive. I see a lot of people struggle. They call me all sorts of things as a result. Lax, rubbish, you know, something along those lines. So thank you so much, much appreciated. I come, colleagues, from Adapt IT. Adapt IT is part of the Volaris Group that is listed in the Canadian Stock Exchange. I look after the education vertical, but there are other verticals within the group, manufacturing, oil and gas, financial services, hospitality as well is part and parcel of that. And I think from my end, Doc, having listened to much of the conversations today, I think critically one of the things I'd like to try and do is to break down, in terms of the context of an institution of higher learning, how AI impacts an institution of higher learning. And here I would be talking practically about the kind of solutions that do exist and those that are also under development that would assist the institutions of higher learning. We are in the business of translating much of these conversations into products and solutions that would be easily implementable. I'll just give an example, for example, on the chatbot technology that some of the colleagues have spoken to earlier. Gartner had predicted about 4 years ago that a chatbot technology was going to reduce the workload of the contact centers by up to 75%. In fact, that was predicted to take place this year. And that would be just but one of the examples. Another one that I think generally maybe is overlooked is a question of looking at the management of attendance in class and attendance on campus as well, which is a critical component of what colleagues would do. And maybe, before handing back to you, over time it has become quite apparent that the student is actually the subject of interest for all the different stakeholders that are working in institutions of higher learning. And much of the work that we are speaking to on AI is about the student. But more importantly, and this has been highlighted here as well, the lecturers, the staff in the institutions, our own experience tells us that if we are to get the kind of output that we want from students, there should be a lot more focus on what gets done, one on the admin staff, but secondly on the lecturer staff, so that they are ready to teach on AI. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Didier, tell us a little bit about yourself. How did you get involved in artificial intelligence? What are your thoughts about it at the moment?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks to the organizers also for having us, for having me and my fellow panelists this afternoon. So my name is Didier Nkurikinfura. I work for Smart Africa. For those who don't know, Smart Africa is a Pan-African organization based here in Kigali, but working with a consortium. It's a consortium of 38 countries, African countries, and chaired at the highest level by the head of state of all these countries, chaired by President Kagame, who is chairing the board, but the board is also made of all the head of state. It's involved also ministers of ICT, telecom regulators, national data protection authorities, and also ICT agencies of all those countries. So what we do, our work is from the spectrum from policy and strategy, supporting countries to have to work on forward-looking policies and strategies. As we know, all of our countries, every 3, 4, 5 years, we have national plans, 5-year plans for the countries. But we also support harmonizing regulations across the continent, because our view is Africa as a market, not our individual countries, which will never be able to compete with China, or because of the size. Rwanda is 13 million people. I think Uganda is over 30 million. We have countries like Gabon, who have only 1 million, 1.5 million. But if we federate and we work together and we create a predictable space by harmonizing regulations and adopting policies which are harmonized across the continent, we can really position Africa as a competitive market because of the scale that we create. But we don't only stop at the policy and strategy and harmonization of regulation, we also move into implementation of cross-border projects that can benefit. For example, roaming. Roaming from a country to another require a lot of agreement between countries, telecom operators. We've been working on that space. We've been working on cross-border connectivity, and also issues around reducing the cost of internet, building capacity, and so on. So we have a lot of regional projects that we're implementing. Now, specifically about AI. AI is an emerging technology which has attracted a lot of attention. It carries a lot of potential for health, for education, for different socioeconomic topics that countries are where we can see the potential. And here we talk about education today, right? And how it can really support the education, increasing knowledge, supporting research and innovation. So that's why we're interested about that. And we've been doing some work. Maybe during this panel I'll talk about it. But beyond that, I also been to the academia for a few years before going on policy and strategy of the government of Rwanda for several years, but also implementation of major projects within the government of Rwanda, the National Data Center, the cybersecurity, and currently I'm also involved as the chair of the IREMBO. IREMBO is the board chair of IREMBO, which is the e-government services for Rwanda, and also the Civil Aviation Authority still chairing also. So that's really a little bit about what I do, and thank you again for having us here. We'll expand a little bit more on the work we're doing currently on artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Didier. You actually represent a country that is very bullish on technology. So it might be geographically very small, but it's very, very ambitious. And according to the vision you've given, you see Africa having an impact in AI. So we're going to look at that later. We're not just net importers, but you see us as actually helping to develop AI in future. Now, Victor, you're arguably the youngest person on the panel. So we expect you to be the one most excited about AI. But I may be wrong. I don't know. Tell us, what's your connection with AI?
Thank you. My name is Victor. About my age, I believe AI can fact-check that. But I work with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation, whereby we really push forward technology as a tool that will help us advance and achieve our economic goals, national economic goals. I mean, one of the factors that is apparent is that really ICT and technology is a cross-cutting sector that really enables all other sectors, education included, as we're interested here in education, but also agriculture, health, and others. So, but also, not only that, but also really looking at it into a tool that will enable our national goals to be innovation-led, private sector-led, and when it comes to emerging technologies such as AI, we're really looking at it as really one of these technologies that could help us really leapfrog the economy in one way, because AI has that factor of even increasing services. I believe Didier talked about Irembo. Irembo is a government service. People are accessing services online. But we also, you can think of it as also like, there is also that factor of people not being very literate into technology. So with this generative AI, with all these ChatGPTs and so on and so forth, there is a way really to help even our population access these services in a much more easier way, because it's more easy for someone to really talk to a machine and get all these services as they wish. So briefly, that is where I work. But previous also, I'm a master's holder of Busan National University. I did global ICT policy in Korea, South Korea, whereby when I was really studying policy, I had that test of how does all these mathematical concepts, that big data, how do they link with actual social sciences, as opposed to previously linking all the mathematics with physical sciences, chemistry, physics, engineering, and so on and so forth. So I believe really AI has that factor whereby now all these principles, mathematical principles, all these technology principles are now being applied to the social sciences, and we are really seeing a lot of innovation in that regard, and that's why I got that test for AI. So thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Now we understand where you got it from. South Korea is one of the leading countries in the world in using AI, especially holograms and augmented reality. Fascinating. So now, John Kamara, for those of you who've read The African Child by Kamara Lai, so the name Kamara takes us way back to our traditions as a continent. So to think that somebody who comes from that African child, back then, would now be on the forefront of technology, it's mind-boggling. I mean, John, could you tell us how you ended up in this spot?
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. My name is John Kamara. My journey is a little bit different. I only attended college for 2 years, so I dropped out. I just went to look at the university to see what it looked like, just for 2 years. And that's the only time I've ever engaged with anything that has to do with formal academia. So I'm self-learned and self-taught, everything that I do. So my philosophy is about learning and continuous learning. And I think that is the evolution of education, where you have to keep learning. So a lot of what I do is I provide learning around what I call key skill set that will also help create jobs for Africa, because as the other panelists talked about, the lack of jobs in the continent, which is true, but to create jobs, you have to also pick specific battles that you can fight. So definitely finding ways to use this technology to create jobs, to create qualitative human capital, not the quantitative human capital that we have, and ultimately also to do a lot of work around intelligent learning models that change how people learn and understand patterns of learning, so we can actually direct people to better forms of learning. Again, and a lot around data. So, if you think about the history of what you talk about AI, if you go back to 1642, when Blaise Pascal started first discovering data and building machine that can actually analyze data. And then you go back to 1843 when Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace also started. So it really didn't start in 1956. It's been way farther. People have been consistently developing data models, first of all. So I focus a lot on data. So I take a step back from AI first into data. How do you understand data? What are you going to do with it? Where do you collect the data? How does it work? So I build companies that work with data. I support regulators to understand data. And I also teach a lot of young people around data science. I develop data scientists and also train AI engineers for the future of work. And I invest in them based on those. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, John. As you may have noticed, some of the people who end up in tech companies or even found tech companies never finished university. They dropped out. So Bill Gates, Microsoft. We have Sergey Brin at Google. You have Facebook. So these are people who decided not to finish their university studies. So you join a whole line of venerable people. So now for our panelists, I have this question. I meet people from the West, so Europe, the States, Australia, and even people from Africa who say, what business do we have talking about AI? I mean, we don't even have electricity. We don't even have roads. There's access to water. There are more pressing issues. We don't even have the gadgets that you'd use to engage with AI. So is this a topic that's irrelevant for us in Africa? Should we be discussing more urgent issues? I mean, what's this fascination with this topic? Is it going to affect us at all, or are we isolated as a continent and AI will not impact us in any significant way? Any of you can chime in. Who wants to go first?
I can try.
Okay, go for it.
A good question. I think why I wanted to answer the question is because I get asked the same question all the time because of what I do. My answer is really simple. I think we're at a disadvantage that we have to catch up with the world at where it's at. So we have to solve, in Kenya we say the mama boga problems. We have to solve the problem of everyday young Africans. We have to solve the problem of food, agriculture, all those things. But at the same time, the world is not waiting for us to solve those problems before we catch up with them. So technically, if we focus our mind on just solving the everyday problem, what happens is the world will move on so fast that when we actually raise our heads up to say, okay, now we're ready to embrace AI, the world have moved on to other forms of computational design and other things. So effectively, and if you're creating a pool of young people, which we say is one of our biggest resources, human capital, then if you analyze the value of the human capital against other countries, what is the qualitative value of each human capital in your continent as against somewhere like India? So India is no better than us in terms of infrastructure. I'm sure if you've been to India, they still have very poor people. They have very poor roads. They have all sorts of problems. But the quality of the next generation of their qualitative human capital is way higher than ours because they realize that if we also, as much as we're solving all these other problems, if we need to own our own ecosystems, then we need to invest in driving qualitative human capital, which they started in the late 90s when they built what you call HTML India, where you now see about 40% of the world top CEOs in the world are Indians, right? But this didn't happen overnight. But what that means is now they can actually use that money to solve more of their own problem, own their own economy, without necessarily having to sell out like we consistently do in the continent. So ultimately, we have to fight both battles simultaneously. One, we don't have the luxury of waiting for, let's solve one problem before we solve the other. Some people will continue to fight the battle of, provide, and then some people will train these young people that we have to actually embrace the opportunity of where the world is at. And if you also think about, you're talking about lack of job creation. Well, if you work in industry, where's the job? Even when you train people out of university, where is the job that exists today? People keep saying, we're going to create, there's no job. So you have to define ways to recreate new forms of job. So you have to find new industries to create. And it doesn't happen just because we say it. And it doesn't happen because we feel it or because we want it to happen. It happens, we have to do practical things about it. So in that context, what are the one thing that AI can do for us? If we train X amount of data scientists, AI engineers If we have the capacity, if we have the skill set, we can get our young kids to sit here in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Sudan, in Uganda, and do work. And they can earn real money. And if they earn that money, there's a trickle-down effect. For example, I like data and stats a lot. If you train 2,000 data scientists over 2 years and 400 AI engineers, as a country, you'd probably make $1.6 billion in foreign direct investment into your country. And you would also have created another 11,000 jobs just off the ripple effect of those people over the next 5 years. And I can show you the model around that. So ultimately, this also affects what you're talking about when you're talking about worrying about the other jobs that you have to create. And at the same time, you also look at all the problems that we're suffering from climate change to agriculture. Well, these are the tools that you're actually going to use to figure out how to solve some of those problems for the people that you're actually solving the problem from. So I think that, you know, fortunately and unfortunately, we don't have the luxury to wait or to say, let's solve one problem before the other. We're going to have to tackle both problems simultaneously. And at the end, you know, to round up, if we want to be owners of our own technology, if we want to start become owners and producers rather than just consistent consumers of technology, even education, then we're going to have to change the way we think around how we actually apply ourselves to meet the world where it's at today in terms of also owning smart technology, which AI is just one form of smart technology.
Thank you, John. Over to the other John. So just to follow on to what my colleague has mentioned, so on the last point that you talked about, that, you know, being the owners of the technology, there was an example that came out, I think about 2 months ago, where some of these technologies, the AI technologies, have been developed, have been trained using data sets that are not from Africa. Now, if we are to have this technology useful and functional for us, we need to train it using our data sets so that it can be useful to us. In this example, there was using the technology to distinguish between men and women. And the technology failed to distinguish between men and women of people who are from African descent. But that's because that technology had been trained on models, on data using images of Caucasian people. So when that technology was brought to Africa, then it was able to, we were able to then train it to then be able to distinguish that. So this is why I would say, yes, we need to be involved in developing the technology. The second thing I would say is you list out a number of challenges that we face on the continent, nutrition, etc. And I would say specifically because of those challenges, we then need to use the technology to help us arrive at the solutions that could help us address these challenges. If we look at things like smart agriculture, which could be boosted by using technology like AI, we'd be more efficient in our production and so on. And we could go on and on in terms of drug discovery, and this would then be driven locally by innovators on the continent.
Thank you for letting us know that technology is actually an enabler. So it's not a sector on its own that lives on its own, but it's actually connecting with all the other sectors. And if you use it properly, you can actually drive them forward. So our panelists, what sort of initiatives have you seen, like actual initiatives? We're bringing this to East Africa now. We've been talking about AI, which we know started out there in the West, but have you seen actual examples of AI being used over here? Might you be spearheading one of those initiatives? So could you give us some examples? Maybe either Didier or Victor, from Rwanda. I know one of you could tell us, actual examples.
Thank you. Of recent, 2 weeks back, if I call well, there was an Africa AI conference whereby we've seen a lot of initiatives from the African context. Just to name a few, maybe some of the audience would know about this. We're seeing a lot of emerging ChatGPT or language, low-level language modeling in Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda. Now we have. So all these are initiatives, as much as may be very at nascent level, but they have a very huge potential in terms of really even, we call about service delivery and everything, but they also have like, not only that, but also to put our local languages to, online, or to be able even to give our people who only speak our local languages an opportunity to use these technologies that, as my colleagues were talking about, they have that potential for leveraging, or for being leveraging on to develop other sectors. So I may just really mention that, but maybe my colleague.
Sure, Didier, would you like to add maybe some technology you've seen being used recently in Rwanda?
Thank you very much. I think I can give probably a couple of additional examples. There's a company here in Rwanda called Babel. It's on health. They help process a lot of health information and use AI to help make better decisions about the type of treatment, or the helping doctors to make the right decisions when they are processing different cases, right? Because AI is used to help correlate data set information that has been collected over a long time, and it's improved basically the ability to have the right judgment. But we've seen also cases where it's used also for transport here to predict, given the patterns, and also for planning of the city. We have companies like Tap and Go, which it's a company that people use here in Rwanda to move using cards. They're able to pay, and they can see trends. They can see routes that has more traffic. We've also seen a few cases where it's also used for environment, also collecting data set about pollutions, and help also to predict interventions that government can make. So there are a lot of use cases. I think to rebound to what my colleague said earlier, I think one of the challenges that we have here today is the availability of data. Data, because AI can really can only serve it or reach its potential if we have data. And we have a lot of data fragmentation happening, and also a lot of segregation between the ability of sharing data even within the same countries, or the same government, or the same private companies, department. There are a lot of silos, which doesn't help AI to really support, because the idea here with AI is also insight. The insight, the precision, the effectiveness of decision, because of the amount of data that you have. So, but we already have a few use, and I should also say in the same sense that it's still a bit nascent, because of the availability of skills, the amount of skills around data science, around AI, which is not produced still at the level of scale that we like to have, so that it's embedded in the various sectors of the economy.
I think I now understand why you don't have traffic jams here in Kigali. So you're using artificial intelligence to map the patterns and to advise people where the alternative routes are. Fascinating. What about you, Lukolo?
Thanks, Chair. I think first I must echo Didier's sentiments with regards to the management of data. We've been engaging with a number of institutions of higher learning in the continent as well as beyond, and we found that data is not managed very well. In fact, when it comes to audit, a number of institutions are found wanting, just as a result of how they are managing that data as well as records. One of the most important epochs in the life of an institution of higher learning is actually starting the academic program on time. And there are a number of processes that need to align prior to that date coming on board. So what we've done as a company is to invest in the latest version of our product in terms of making sure that something that was alluded to earlier on, just the number of applications that institutions receive vis-a-vis the spaces that are available. And what we've done to that extent is to bring on board the AI So that number one, there is a selection of quality students, and that the process of admissions is automated. So we'd get applications, we get them ranked, and then based on a predefined criteria informed by AI, we then start to make the admissions. And what was in one instance last year used to take in the region of 3 weeks from an admissions. Now it's something that was done within a space of 4 hours by virtue of bringing on board artificial intelligence from a selections point of view. So I think those are some of, for me, the very positive uses that I think we can use to deal with the foundations of making sure that while we're talking about AI here, but we must first make sure that we're able to manage the data and our own records, get the structures correct, build the data sets that the colleagues were talking about, and then we can take full advantage of AI. Let me also then, just in terms of Mr. Matogo here, just emphasize and support, I think even from John Kamara, that perhaps one of the strategic mistakes we can make as a continent is to look beyond our own shores for solutions that are supposed to solve our own challenges. I do think that as a strategic point of departure, we need to take full accountability for driving solutions that address our specific issues, because all the countries, including China, they continue to have challenges. And I think for us as a continent, we have a super opportunity to do that. We have one of the most educated populations in the world, and I think we just need to translate that into solutions that work for us. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I think you've given us some insights on how we can use it in education right here in East Africa. So you're shortening the time that it takes to admit people. This morning we listened to our keynote speaker, John Hall, who talked about predictive analytics, where you can use data to help you recruit and to know where you could go to get students who might want to come to your university. So if we all thought about the various problems that we face, which of those problems could we get AI to help us in? Now, the two Johns, I think you're both in the futuristic world. So when you're looking at what could AI do for us, I know you already have things that it's doing, and maybe you can talk about that too, but what do you think AI could do for us right here in East Africa? So who wants to go first? Okay, so John Matogo.
Okay, so I think I will talk about practical things that are being done right now by your students and out of the work that I do. So at IBM, what I do is make available these technologies to students and faculty members. And I will share some examples just from the work that I've been involved in different sectors. So actually, last week, I was participating in an event where students were pitching solutions to startup ideas that they have. One was a very interesting project that a team of ladies had presented, where they're using technology to advise farmers on the best inputs based on the locations that they have. And so this technology was solving the challenge that a lot of farmers have in accessing these services in terms of what inputs they need for their farm. So this would incorporate data from the soil, on the sensors. Using the GPS location, they're able to find the location where they are, and then you also pull in climate data to know about the weather patterns there. So this is a very simple solution, capturing data from different sources and then using artificial intelligence to then advise the farmers on how to better farm their land. And this is being developed by students locally in their communities. Other examples that I'm sure we're all familiar with, access to finance, right? So financial inclusion had been a big problem in our part of the world for a long time. But in the last few years, we've seen the proliferation of these apps that are able to get a profile of someone who's looking for credit, and then within a split second, able to evaluate and then offer this individual credit. If you think about this, a few years back, it would take someone a couple of weeks for them to get approval to get credit. Again, so this is just practical applications of how these technologies are being applied and impacting society positively. Targeted commerce, we all receive various messaging from different companies or organizations that we engage with. how does this come to you? And it's nowadays personalized to the individual because they have the data, and then using technology, they're able to customize that campaign directly to you. I mentioned about drug discovery. Like he mentioned, we would like to be at the forefront of developing these solutions and not receiving solutions from other locations, because the context is different. So when you get a solution prepared for you, it does not work. So what we are doing is making available these technologies from artificial intelligence, quantum computing, to accelerate drug discovery. And we saw this during the COVID pandemic. Using this kind of technology, we're able to accelerate the drug discovery process and able to get these drugs much faster than the route that they previously were taking. And we want to do this locally here because we have access to this same technology. A topic that is becoming increasingly more important, sustainability. So, everyone is suffering because of the impacts of climate change. How can we go about addressing this? So, now to speak from an IBM perspective, we have technologies, like I talked about the weather data. From the weather company, we're able to pull in lots of data about weather. Again, from geolocation, we're able to get data about different locations where you can get information about that. So we're able to advise organizations, governments, on ways that they can mitigate climate change, because we are able to analyze this data much more efficiently. I think colleagues have talked about personalized learning, smart agriculture that we've alluded to, and there are very many areas that we're seeing this artificial intelligence technology being applied. And by the way, this is not being done, overseas. This is being done locally by your students, by your colleagues in faculty, because they have access to this technology that we are discussing here. Thank you.
Actually, just giving a shout out to IBM. So John Matogu is very close to us at Strathmore. So I see him sending opportunities all the time. So hardly 3 weeks will pass before I'll get an email from John saying there's this opportunity for your lecturers, there's this opportunity for your students. There are these free resources that you can get. There are these research funds. So please do get his contacts and get engaged. IBM is doing a lot in East Africa, and universities are a big part of their strategy. Now, John Kamara, what about you? Actual examples in the region, future possibilities. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, cool, thank you. So I'll just talk about 3 quick things. One, practical thing, so job creation. Really simple. We're training a lot of data scientists across East Africa, because we realize that once we train these data scientists, we can create jobs, and we can model of how you actually create jobs to create secondary jobs, and then also create tertiary jobs and trickle-down effect. So we've trained about 350 data scientists, and 98.3% of them have jobs, and they earn about $1,500 to $2,000. So that is a practical example. It doesn't really take too much AI to look at that. And that means there's a whole new economy of scale being created with young people. And our goal is to train another 2,000 in the next 2-3 years. The second thing is around data and healthcare. I do a lot of work in healthcare, and one of the things that I think about is the fundamental basis of healthcare is human life. So how do you create a connected healthcare ecosystem? And where healthcare participates in everything. So one of the projects that I'm working on is how you use healthcare to predict food security. It's healthcare, agriculture, and climate change. How do you use a healthcare of a farmer to actually predict food security, food quality, and amount of food that actually be produced? And a very interesting link of data that you actually need to use to do that. And you have to build, deep learning language models based around multiple other types of data sets that you bring into a hospital system, and then you bring into a country system to actually start looking at even biodiversity data, the relationship between healthcare, and you look at, the interference of that data with how people actually spend time in farms. So it's a very interesting model, and we just did something recently, and it was quite fascinating for the government to see that 27% of their food production and security was actually informed by healthcare, and about 16.8% of that was actually informed by the biodiversity that was happening in that place. So it's stuff that people don't think about, but if you think about connected data, even before you think about AI, how do you connect every piece of data? I was telling establish earlier on that the idea of a single node of data is one human being. You're the single source of truth because you connect with so many different forms of services, lifestyle every single day. So if you look at that model and you begin to understand how to use the human as a single source of truth, what you will learn when you participate with other forms of data into that means you don't build infrastructure anymore. You actually just first understand data and look at every possibility before you actually build any infrastructure. Then the last bit, a really exciting project, is we are harnessing wave motion. So the concept of wave motion, because of the speed at which the wave motion moves, when you harness wave motion sensors and you use the sensors with deep learning, what you can probably do around early warning system, because you can also understand seismic movement in land. Then you're able to articulate that with how energy actually works, especially for large wind farms and large projects that are very climate focused. So we're harnessing that particular with the university, and we're basically taking that piece of data, lots of it, and then we're modeling it on top of seismic motion within land, and then using that to predict potential early warning solutions around earthquakes and other things like that. So those are some of the practical projects that I'm working on at the minute.
Very fascinating. I've just been reading a book by John Lennox, who's at Oxford. It's called 2084, and he's looking at what artificial intelligence will be able to do by 2084. And when you were making these connections between things that seem totally unrelated, like healthcare and food security, well, big data can do that. Artificial intelligence can make those connections. And so according to John Lennox, one prediction is that we'll be so good at predicting the connectivity of different types of data that the kind of machine we will produce by 2084 will either be a dictator or it'll be like God. So kind of, it'll be able to tell you everything. At least that's the way, that's the ambition that they seem to have. So I wanted to now ask you, what stands in the way of us making full use of AI? So we know about it, we've read about it. What prevents us from actually making all these wonderful things you've been talking about to happen right here in the region? What do you think are the obstacles? How can universities help? What's our role in this? How do you see that? Luke Kolo, do you want to start?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first, for me, a critical one, I think it's investment in R&D. It was raised, I think, by the Chair of the Council that we do need to invest quite heavily in R&D. It's a long game. It is what they say, you plant a tree for a shade that you are not going to sit under. And I do think that us, philosophically, we need to take a long-term view from an investment point of view, that we must invest heavily in R&D. The second experience that I've seen, this is extremely disruptive, and I think to a certain extent, it is very unsettling for people. And I've been listening to some of the conversations, and I think conceptually, this is quite a big leap forward. So while young people embrace technology and are embracing AI, I think one of the challenges we have, it is how to get the more experienced generation to adapt to this reality and create a space where they feel and they can also practically contribute towards the change that we seek to see. So those would be the two key things from my own end that I do highlight. The investment in skills development that was highlighted here. One appreciates some of the training that is being done in terms of training young people. There's a discussion about whether or not indeed people need to go to university, John Kay, and whether or not they can gain skills without going to university. And that brings a bigger challenge about the role of universities, the curriculum of universities, the lecturers of universities, and even the discussion about quality assurance with regards to what kind of outcomes we should be expecting from institutions of higher learning, and the extent to which those skills are easily usable in the corporate sector. Just lastly, there's a point that was made about young people not being able to get jobs, notwithstanding the fact that they are educated. I would moderate that to say we do employ young people that are coming out of university, and we give them a chance. We're running in our academy, and we used to give young people a year to learn. We found that it is taking them longer than a year to be competent, and we extended that program to 2 years. But when we do make a comparison between our team here and some of the guys we have in APEC, we find that they are productive much quicker in APEC than what we have here. So it's not so much those that are outside of the system. It's about how those that are within the system become effective and effective quicker. And the skills that they need are not always hard skills. Right? So the whole issue about problem solving, about communication, about business writing, all these skills that seem soft begin to be very critical for the kind of future that we are dealing with at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So skills development by universities and then taking a long-term view to this whole issue. What about the rest? Some of you are involved in policy. I know, Victor, you are involved in policy. What sort of policies are you making to help us universities to make full use of AI?
Okay, thank you. My panelists here argued about what would be the role of university, and a colleague next to me also mentioned about the data points and the features of this data. They can only be understood by someone who is really an expert in that data. So how do we develop this kind of capacities so that, because again, on a very practical way, the data, the way it's curated is not, it's really created in all forms without any purpose or what. The governance of data has been also alluded at, talking about how it's also something that we need to work on. But when it comes to skills and the way it's also linked to the innovation that we foresee with this AI agenda, we really need to be very deliberate. In every discipline has its own add-on on these AI models, because all this data that is being created can only be understood if it's about diagnosis. The medical doctor would understand why this data is different from the other, from a pure scientific person who is just looking at the models and everything. So it's more of a collaboration need. Collaboration will again lead to innovation. But all this is really well expressed in our AI policy. We have an AI policy that is now in place, whereby it's expressed what would be the role of high learning, capacity building needs. It also even mentioned about our readiness in terms of AI readiness, of course the ethical guidelines as well. But what I'm also really seeing in terms of the policy is how do we come together to really direct, to have at least like standards are for Africa, that African standards that really reflects what we want. Why not even having our East African indexes as opposed to global indexes, having like really measurement tools that measures what we want to achieve, that expresses what we want to achieve. So on a policy standpoint, I believe what we need is really to harmonize our standards and so that we really occupy this AI space that is relatively even nascent to the whole world.
Thank you so much. Actually, you've brought up that whole issue of government letting us know what capacity gaps there are so that we as universities prepare to fill those gaps. I recently attended a fascinating meeting called by Safaricom, which is the biggest tech company in East Africa. And they basically brought the other big companies, so Oracle, Microsoft, they were there. And then they brought in the big banks and other corporates. And then they said there's a war going on for talent where they are poaching from each other and offering higher and higher salaries to the same people who are just rotating in the industry. And so we need to just come together and stop the war. And according to them, we had a gap of about 1,000 highly skilled IT people. And then they called a few universities and said, what can you do? So we'd really appreciate if the government gives us indications of the kinds of capacity gaps that are lacking. So ladies and gentlemen, I now want to open it up for questions from the floor. So these are experts. You've heard about their experience, their vision for East Africa. So this is your chance to take advantage of that expertise and to ask them your questions. So I hope somebody will be moving around with the microphone. So we'll take the first two questions, address them, and then take another two. So there's a hand right there. And who's going to be second after that? Any other hand? And yes, so I've got you as number two. All right, so fire away. Ask us the first question.
My name is Masiko Kafero, Vice Chancellor, Bugema University. I'm impressed by the youthfulness of the panelists. And my question is, did I hear you demystifying this notion of arts and sciences?
Okay,
in our
good.
Education system?
Yeah, good question. Who wants to take that? So demystifying arts and sciences. Yes, Victor.
I believe it's from what when I was introducing myself, I was like, why was I interested in AI? I really talked about it a bit of the test I got, really seeing big data and all these principles that normally I used to see when I was doing my undergrad in engineering, you know, how to apply very linear algebra, probability, Maxwell, all these principles in mathematics, but being used in physical things like, you know, engineering, pure sciences. But with AI, we're seeing like that trend of really all these principles, mathematical principles, being used in social sciences and bringing a lot of innovation with that regard, and even being more useful to the common. Okay, it was still very useful to the common person. But there was a saying at university, people saying, what are you going to use, how are you going to use Pythagoras in your normal life? So now I think we are really answering that with the trends of technologies and how everything now is interlinked. So, yeah, thank you.
Great, so we had a question on the third table, in the middle there. You've got your hand up. Please give him the microphone, introduce yourself, and then ask your question. We can't hear you. Please turn on the mic.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Professor Augustine from Victoria University in Kampala. My question to the panel is, how can they be of great help to the universities to fully understand the need of the industry so that this can be incorporated into the curriculum? I'll give you an example. I worked for Coventry University in the United Kingdom for 14 years. And Jaguar Land Rover comes to us all the time to tell us, these are the problems we have. How can you help us find solutions? So there's a great collaboration between the university and the industry. And that is why you produce products that will fit into that industry. So how can the industry help universities in this part of the world to really understand the emerging needs of the industry so that our curriculums can respond to such needs? The other is not a question but a comment, and it's probably a challenge to universities here. We're talking about AI. 10 to 15 years ago, the West, Asia, have been working hard and developing people in artificial intelligence. And once again, Africa is being left behind. And if I borrow the word of President Ruto recently, if you are not on the table, you'll be in the menu. Now, the truth is, we are not on the table when it comes to developing artificial intelligence. How many universities here have a course in machine learning and artificial intelligence? I don't know, probably none. Not as a course unit, but as a program. How many here is doing mechatronics and robotics engineering? Maybe none. So I think as Africans, we need to look inwards and see how we can also be on the table when it comes to developing artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you. So we're back to that question again, the capacity. How do we know what is needed out there so that we as universities can respond? Gentlemen?
Yeah, I'll try. I think I was in Paris just recently for the World AI Conference, and in the room there was $62 billion worth of people. There's only 2 Africans in that room. And 3 things came out, and there was all the universities in Europe and quite a lot of the universities in Asia. In France, they've been teaching young kids data science since 1994 in universities. So, and they have a lot of industry partners because they formed a group that allowed industry partners and universities to actually form conglomerate associations together that allow them to actually thrive without necessarily the bureaucracy of I have to work with a university. There's a lot of bureaucracy also. I think, you know, there has to be these conversations around where industry, like what the stuff like IBM does, or it can come to university, and it's not only big tech industries, even small companies in Africa, because that's where most of the jobs is created in the continent, right? So all the small SMEs across the continent. So how do you really galvanize that relationship between, and it has to be a two-way approach, like we don't have to feel that, well, this is just university, we don't care, or the university doesn't feel, well, this is industry, you know, it's or else we're not going to achieve any goals. So I definitely think there has to be forums that allow for, you know, industry to come into university. In the next 2 days, I was telling Prof here, I'm going to be at USIU, and I'm going to work with them to help them with their AI curriculum, to help them with how they actually actualize that, but also to figure out how to actually place their young people in positions and also courses that other people want to do. Then ultimately, if you then look at the fact that over the next 2 years, over the next 5 years, 2.6 million jobs will be created in data sciences across the world, year on year. 1.9 million jobs will be created in AI for the next 5 years. India has made a policy that they are going to, the first thing is retrain capacity to build 1.3 million AI engineers because they want to take most of those jobs. They're going to create 2.4 million data scientists at a very high level. So this is not even about policy, or it's about practical approach. And the place that would happen is inside the university. So the university has probably the most important role to play if we're going to achieve any form of comparison with the global north, you know, in terms of what is currently happening. And I think that's where, you know, my view that there has to be this consistent, you know, what you call continental inertia, where we just talk too much about what we're going to do and we don't do anything about what we talk about, and we come back and talk about what we're going to do and we don't do nothing. So you can't fail. You're already here. So what's the worst that can happen if you try something different?
Thank you very much. We have a question online, if I saw correctly. Duku, Emmanuel, I saw your hand up and then it went down. Did you want to ask a question, Duku? Go ahead. I can see you've unmuted, but we can't hear you. Duku, perhaps you can type your question in the chat and then somebody will read it for us. We can't hear you. One more time, Duku. You're definitely unmuted. We can't hear you. All right, so Duku, please type your question in the chat. We'll have one last question from the floor because we're running out of time. Any hand up from the floor? Right at the back, yes, please.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Lawrence Aaron. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor from Kyambogo University, Uganda. And my background is in disability inclusion. I've been listening since morning and keenly following and waiting to hear how artificial intelligence is going to be inclusive. I want to say that this is a very, very important thing. And I think proudly we have contributed to developing systems for Uganda. But one of the things I want to say to all of us is that the Sustainable Development Goals requires that we should not leave anyone behind, and that when we are designing what we are talking about, we must adapt to persons with disabilities.
Wonderful.
I was excited recently when I was reading a research from Israel about a lens that is a spectacle that can make a blind person to see. When I was a young man, I was told that cochlear implant would stop deafness. It has not happened up to today. I therefore request that in this whole process, we create adaptations, we create modifications that will create, enable inclusive artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful suggestion from the floor. Anyone with experience on disabilities and AI, or even just disabilities and tech that you'd like to comment on? I remember meeting some person from Google in New York, and he used to tell me he wanted to make spectacles that could make people see. And I'm glad to hear there's something like that. I know of a technology where it speaks to you and tells you what you're looking at is the following. So as you turn your head, it tells you what you're looking at. But I think, John, you were about to say something, or was it you, Victor? John Motogu?
Yeah, I was just going to add on the example of sight. So I remember a few years ago, one of my colleagues was talking exactly the same thing. So she was a researcher, and part of the work that they were doing was exactly in this area of inclusivity. And I remember she was giving the example that they were working on something that would help someone who has not seen have even better vision than people who have vision because of exactly what you mentioned, having lenses that could then transmit signals to the brain describing what is actually in front of them. But I mean, some of these are still under development. Nothing is come out yet, at least from our side that comes to mind at the moment. Chair, if you'll allow me just to respond a few other questions. Earlier on, I had a bit of a challenge.
And as John brings that up, could somebody get me the question on the chat, because I saw Emmanuel typing. Okay, go ahead. But very, very quick.
Very quick. A colleague asked the question about the arts having not been mentioned. At least within the frame of artificial intelligence, one of the big topics that is coming up now is on the area of fairness and bias. So we are doing a lot of work in the area of ethics in artificial intelligence, because this is increasingly becoming a big issue. So as much as there's focus on the hard tech, there's also a lot of work and that is being contributed to by colleagues who are coming from the social sciences. To just give my response to the question you asked before, what are some of the things that colleagues from academia could help to sort of advance artificial intelligence? Early in the morning, someone talked about FAIR, right, where you need to have the data findable and then for you to then begin to use it. I think in our context, a lot of the data is still in a non-machine readable format. So one of the things that we need to do is to see how we could get some of this data into a digital format, because that is then when we could begin actually getting the power out of the technology to when it's able to read that data. We talked about biased data sets, so if we continue doing more work, we've done a lot, but there's still more to be done for us to have the technology using trained on data sets that are actually homegrown. And then finally, the colleague asked, how can universities and industry work closely together? From an IBM perspective, we work very closely with academia, and we've been doing this for many years, where we collaborate on conferences. We do a lot of work in the area of joint research. There are some locations where we have set up some centers of excellence in collaboration with universities addressing a particular topic. So these are areas that we would like to do, and not to preempt what's coming up, but through a collaboration we are working on together with IUCEA, we're looking at doing much more with universities in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is now our last question for the day, and then after that, I want the panelists to give us a 30-second wrap-up or parting shot. So the question is from Duku Emmanuel Onesimo. He says, may the panel present more insight on the application of AI in green economy and adaptation of resilience towards the effect of climate change, including early warning system and disaster preparedness. I believe one of you, maybe John Kamara, had spoken about this earlier, so perhaps you could elaborate a bit more on that. And let's keep it super brief because we want to get into the parting shots. Kamara.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think a lot of what you're seeing with AI, I think from an impact perspective, especially in the climate and environmental space, is now we're able to start harnessing a lot more structured data sets that we can use to do things that impact early warning systems that allow us to predict intelligence around, pest infestations, or even look at swarms of locusts that might hit your country before they hit it, and make decisions very quickly about things that you can do. So, and some of the, the project we're working is really focused a lot around, climate, and we're building a climate technology lab, which, will help us also with some universities do some more R&D work around, the long-term view of how do we really do R&D to build solutions that will be long-lasting.
And your parting shot?
My parting shot is really simple. I think, away from AI or anything, as Africans, we, at this point in time, if we keep allowing other people to do things for us, even if we succeed, we will only get the success that they have predicted for us and the success they want for us. But you will never get the success you want for yourself if you do not take control of your own reality. So ultimately, the only thing you deserve is what you do by yourself. So in this space of AI, the only thing we deserve is what we do now, as of today, going forward in the future, but not what is going to happen with the world.
Wonderful parting shot. Over to you, Didier. What do you have to tell us?
So what I'd like to add is, and I fully concur with John, the analogy that we had earlier about planting a seed, you probably not even be under that shadow when the tree is going to grow. It's an investment, especially with the education sector, it's an investment for the future. But I'd like also say that it's not so much futuristic. I remember 20 years ago, 15 years ago, when talking about artificial intelligence, it was quite far, but it's now already present in different ways we interact from with our devices, predictions, and now with generative AI that we've been talking all along today, ChatGPT and many more applications today. I was showing to a friend how it can today even create an image of a person which looks so real that you'll actually think it's a real picture of a real person. So it's no longer something of the future. It's something of the present. So we really need to put investment while addressing, of course, our own realities, our own challenges of the present. But it's an investment for the future because it will affect all aspects of our lives, of what we'll be seeing, what we'll be learning, what will be our work. And for that, one of the work that we do as Smart Africa is supporting countries developing their own national policies, addressing human capital, research and development, and innovation, but also various issues related to really finding our own solutions which are relevant for Africa. So I think this is the call for all of us in this room is really to start investing in the presently, and be very active in that space.
Thank you. So the time to start is now. Victor, your parting shot.
I believe the panelists have been kind to really cover everything, and I will only speak on the ethic part of the AI. I think it's now high time that really we are in the middle of another industry revolution. And if we don't really show our presence, then this will also pass by. But fortunately, the academia now present. I'm really we're calling academia, industry, policymakers to collaborate more, but also when it comes to ethics, really to come up with standards to be able to express our African culture, African customs in this ever-evolving technology world. Thank you.
That's what I was going to give as my parting shot. So thank you for giving it for me, John Matogu.
I think if I was to leave this stage without letting you know about what we provide to academia as an offering, I would be hard-pressed to explain why I did not. So IBM for many years has been working with academia. We have a program called Skills Build, which I invite all of you to have a look at. Skillsbuild.org is an open, free offering that we make available to academia, through which we provide opportunity for faculty, students to learn about these technologies. And artificial intelligence is one of the priorities for IBM. So we provide access to lots of learning resources around artificial intelligence. We provide to your students and your faculty members access to these technologies. So at no charge, we make this technology available to your students for them to use to innovate and for research purposes. So, and this is the same technology that we make available to all your counterparts across the world. So what I say is let your students leverage and advance their innovation using this particular platform. So skillsbuild.org is my parting shot.
Very good. And Luke Kolo.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick points. The first is digital transformation strategies. We find that institutions of higher learning develop these strategies, but they are not robust enough. And as a consequence, institutions are unable to consume a lot of the products that we are putting on the table because the strategies themselves are not solid enough. I also just wanted to emphasize that some of the biggest and most successful tech companies were built on the back of a partnership with institutions of higher learning. And I would really encourage the same with our own institutions. We have probably for the last 4 years now have been driving a partnership with institutions that looks at any IP that may have been developed that can be commercialized. Number two, like my colleague here, to look at co-investing in solutions. The advantage from our own side is that whatever co-investing we make is actually going to be used for the betterment of the institutions that we are servicing. So there is a self-fulfillment prophecy that we've got on that side. Then we sought to leverage capacity that institutions have from a human capital point of view to drive that. I might just add cheekily, Chair, to say that one of our successes that we had initiated was actually training by Strathmore of final year students that are doing accounting on Caseware, which is a product that we resell, so that by the time they finish and they graduate, they actually have got a skill that they can use to go out and work almost immediately and be productive. Thanks.
All right, so we've heard it from the panelists that you don't need to wait to start using artificial intelligence. If you do, it might overtake you. So if you get one thing from this conference is to be able to answer the question, how does artificial intelligence affect me right here in East Africa? And then number two, what can I do about it? What am I going to do about it? So let's give a big round of applause to the panelists. Thank you so very much. All right, I'll hand it back to the MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ogutu. You have really managed very well these technocrats, and we have really enjoyed. It was very enriching. Distinguished participants, it has been a very long day, but I think we can all appreciate that it is worth it to have this conversation on artificial intelligence and data. We are proposing the following, because we're remaining with last two activities, or three. One is the resolutions of the conference, and then closing session, and then we have a networking session that will be dinner come cocktail. Rapporteurs have requested at least 15-20 minutes to put up some few points as part of the resolutions. So we're requesting that let's stretch our legs, our backs, we grab a cup of coffee, tea, and then come back in 20 minutes for the resolutions and the closure of the workshop. So let's get back here in 15-20 minutes. Therefore, we'll be guided on the next course of action. That will be networking session, cocktail. In the meantime, we are requesting the Tanzanian delegates to come forward here. You have a message. All the United Republic of Tanzania delegates, you come forward here. I have a message for you without a miss. It's a 1-2 minutes session. So you won't miss your cup of coffee or tea. Dear participants, you are invited to come back to the conference room for the final session. What is this? Hello, hello. Outside over there, please come back. Distinguished participants, thank you very much for coming back for the last sessions, that is resolutions and then closing. Please, can we take our seats, please? Let's have our seats. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank our rapporteuring team who have done a very good job since morning within the limited time to put up something that will be our take home after a very productive and engaging day. Robert, can you come back here? I need you back here. Allow me, we did introduce the rapporteuring team, but I want at this juncture, before we make the resolutions, to ask the rapporteuring team to stand up for a formal appreciations. Dixon, Robert, and Doreen. Thank you very much for the good job. Well done. With that, I want to invite Professor Idris Rai, the Deputy Executive Secretary, who was overseeing the whole process of documentation, to take us through key issues that came out of our engagement since morning. Professor Rai?
Yes, it's projected. So, good evening, everybody. Time has gone past, and we know that we need to go, some of us, to our hotels and come back to dinner. So I'll try to be as brief as possible so that we can finish this last bit in no time. So ladies and gentlemen, the title of our conference today, as we all remember, just remind you so that we come back to the resolutions, is that the future of higher education in the age of data science and artificial intelligence. So as the MC has said, it's difficult to quickly capture the resolutions just after the conference and then display them to you, but we have captured something. They are not resolutions until we decide that they are resolutions we take home. So it's, at the end, I think you'll tell us whether these are okay or there's something missing so that we can add. Just to make, I wanted to confuse some of our friends. I was sitting with a friend someone, he told me, I think these people sitting down, they're all confusing me. All this thing of AI, it seems like, you know, he was worried a little bit. So if you are here, I would like to confuse him a little bit. There's something called neuroeducation. I won't go into detail. But just imagine that there's a chip in your head which is able to tap on your cognitive abilities, but also download information from outside so that people outside can use computer to understand your capabilities, but also getting information into, downloading it from data center or a cloud, and you can present it. Just imagine that that technology is there. If it's not there, people are actively working on it. You might know about Neuralink. Neuralink is already there. It's a company established by Elon Musk, South African born. And what it does is it's creating a chip and then put it in the brain, connect it to neurons. So there's something, okay, wow. Yeah, so neurons for medical purposes. So people with motor incapabilities or impairment, that particular technology will be able to make them do things right. So if you're blind, you'll be able to see. If you're paralysis, you'll be able to stand up and walk. So that technology is already there, and the company is already registered for Food and Drug Authority in the US for human trial. It works for animals. So, colleagues, it's possible, therefore, to download information to the brain and then human to use that information or otherwise. If it's possible to download information from a cloud, which has a lot of information in the world, it's for us to reflect on what really do we need to teach these people. What kind of new information do we need to teach those particular people who have those capabilities? And I think that is the future that is coming and geared by AI. So this is what we captured as a rapporteur, because, see, we had experts sitting here and we were not experts, trying to capture and make meanings before we draw the resolutions. So these are kind of keywords, if you like, that we captured. First one is data. We've heard a lot about data from the beginning to the end. Everybody was talking about data. And then we heard a lot about data science. We heard about AI and where it came from and where is it going and where we are. People in AI, they say that we have just scratched the surface. AI hasn't yet come. The real AI is yet to come. So, but our goal was the application of AI in education, higher education in particular. So AI has applications in all walk of our lives, but our focus here today is in higher education. So there's a link between these. It's the data that gives rise to data science, but also the result of data science fits into artificial intelligence, and then the output is applications in different fields and disciplines. So in data, what we've realized, we need resolutions on the whole area of data management in universities. But also the data, what we've learned is that data is used for AI training. For data science and in AI, the resolutions are based on skills development. So we need to think about developing data scientists, data analysts, AI engineers, software developers, and the like. I think we've heard these terminologies from many people sitting there. And for AI in higher education, we need AI for university operations to enhance and to make operations efficient, but also AI, we need to ponder and think about AI in teaching and learning. How can it enhance? How does it impact? What do we need to do to make it appropriate within the education settings? So the structure of our resolutions is based on 6 items. Well, I have got 2 machines now here. Right, so we have resolutions based on policies and regulations, capacity development, teaching and learning, infrastructure, governance and financing, and collaborations. So let's start with policies and regulations. Now this is the beginning of the resolutions. At the end of the presentation, I'll ask, would we agree? If we agree, then we agree on these resolutions. One is there's a need for national policies around the adoption of artificial intelligence and data management at large. So we need data management policies, and we need some national policies for artificial intelligence adoption. Regulatory bodies, and this is speaking of regulatory bodies in higher education, councils and commissions, should move quickly to develop enabling policies in adopting AI technologies, tools in higher education. There's a need of institutional policies in the use of AI technologies in universities or in higher education at large. Regulators, policymakers, and institutions need to work out on strategies to remain relevant in the verge of AI technologies and data science. The same need to develop strategies to embrace AI for teaching and research. We need to create data-driven institutions. Data-driven institutions means put in place structures and supporting policies for data management within institutions. We need to develop an institutional culture for data analytics for higher education operations. For teaching and learning, there's a need for alignment of curriculum to take into consideration AI. Different curricula, the programs that we have. We need to develop new AI and data science related programs to develop relevant experts. We need to have our own local experts, local tools, so that they can develop local tools. Teaching and learning should consider advances in technology and use of AI approaches. We need to develop mechanisms to deal with assessment challenges in AI and research. We need to enhance use of AI in the laboratories and simulations to facilitate learning. There's a need to push for AI to become a tool for research, teaching, and learning. We need to consider changing the assessment system to be competence-based rather than knowledge generation-based. We have a lot of tools that just generate knowledge nowadays very efficiently. We need to revise quality assurance framework and guidelines, taking into consideration AI. We need to involve students in any reform that involves AI in teaching and learning, I think members, some speakers have said this technology is basically for them, not particularly for us. And we could be obstacles. They are already using it. We need to engender creativity, innovation, and lifelong learning in our curricula to counter the negative impact of AI to learners. On capacity building, we need to develop experts of instructional technologists with focus in AI in education. One challenge we faced to identify the keynotes, we were looking at the region to find whether there are experts who've specialized in AI in education, who at least try to specialize in AI in education. These are instructional technologists. It was difficult to find some. So we need to develop those experts so that they can guide institutions and build capacity of staff as well as train students. There's a need of capacity building programs of staff in the use of AI technologies and data management. So we shouldn't be afraid of AI. There should be some efforts to build capacity of staff as well as students so that they can use it appropriately. There's a need of trained data analysts for institutions, be able to use the data that we generate for decision making and planning. In terms of infrastructure, there's a need to build relevant infrastructure within our education institutions, such as AI labs or localized shared cloud infrastructures for data management and dissemination. There's a need to invest in ICT infrastructure and connectivity to ensure that rural areas and hard-to-reach areas benefit from AI. There's a need to develop national higher education information management systems. There's a need to establish data analytics office within higher education information, so higher education institutions. But also there's a need to establish a framework for integration of data management systems in the region. This is like regional higher education information management system. And IUCEA in particular was given a role for this. In terms of governance and financing, there's a need to develop robust AI governance mechanisms at higher learning institutions. There's a need to establish relevant institutional structures for data management. Institutions need to develop resources to building infrastructure that can support AI. There's a need to invest in AI research and development, and there's a need to invest in AI training. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all what we're able to capture. Now the question is whether this is the right resolutions emanating from the conference we had from morning, or there's something that we are missing, so that we need to capture it and work on it. Thank you very much. So I think we have let me allow to give 5 minutes. Whether to move a motion. Chair, you are there. To move a motion that these are our resolutions, one. But before that, if there's anything that we missed as a resolution, 5 minutes. I know it's late. Yes, Professor, Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University. Be brief, please, and the rapporteur will capture just a statement.
Yes. I was wondering whether I missed the proposal which I had made, the one of creating a shared repository.
It is almost there. It's named in terms of a shared cloud infrastructure.
Okay.
So we use these technical terms, yeah?
Done, sir.
It is there. Thank you. Any other? Yes, here? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I agree that actually those should constitute our resolutions. But I believe that resolution should be action-oriented. Now, where I've seen, we say there is a need, that's not actually action-oriented. So I think you have to tweak it.
To reword, okay. Thank you.
So that you remove the need. It must be action-oriented.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that guidance. We will do that. Yes, PS.
The decision makers, you know, they are the one to give money.
Yes.
They maybe to put somewhere awareness for them to be able to get money to finance that program.
Thank you
AI
very
program.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is like a rich man saying, you know, we have money, come and take it. You got the permanent secretary here. Thank you very much for reminding us. We'll put that within the resolutions. Thank you. Any other resolution that we might have missed? Yes, Professor Yambabaji.
Thank you. I think I have probably missed something about policies. I saw national policies, but what about EAC policies?
Okay, good. We don't have EAC policies actually in the resolutions. Thank you for raising that up. So there's a need of having regional policies. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Also, to put it in a resolution wording, we should develop regional policies. Okay, on II. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Banyankimona? Yes.
If I did get it well, among the resolutions, there is a need to involve students in whatever we do. But from the discussion today, students, yes, they are the key to be involved in this, but we do have also other stakeholders, including industry people. So we shall really extend any kind of move with all stakeholders that may be involved in what we do.
That's captured.
I think that will be all for the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I just wanted to, if we could qualify the resolution to create a team of experts. I think considering the nature of AI, it would be good to qualify that it should be an interdisciplinary team, because there are overarching issues where if you have, let's say, only technical people, you're going to have a very functionalized approach to it. So that diversity, interdisciplinary, and sometimes even transdisciplinary where necessary.
So are you suggesting that we develop an interdisciplinary team of experts?
Yeah, just to qualify that
to
team
qualify
of experts, that should be interdisciplinary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other missed resolution? Okay. Yes. That could be the last one. 5 minutes are passing already.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask about, there's somebody who had mentioned about data protection. I don't know whether the other countries have data protection, but in Kenya there is a Data Protection Act. And when you are talking about data, universities hold a lot of data.
Yes.
Mostly personal data, which is actually protected by the law. So maybe if that one could have been captured somewhere, because when you talk of admissions at graduation, you're actually processing personal data. So
Yes.
I don't know whether it is
so
possible.
So data management policies, they govern everything around data. So from collection to dissemination, that include protection and management, processing, storing, security of the data, protection of personal data, and that are all included there. So it's there. Yes. Okay, so Chair, the floor is yours. Can you bring the mic to the chair to move a motion about the resolution and additional? There's a mic there, Chair. There's a mic, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think you have captured everything, but as other members have mentioned, there is need to capture the role played by other key stakeholders, especially the policymakers, not only at regional level, but also at institutional level, but also at the ministerial level. I don't know if that one has been captured very well.
Yes, I think it's been raised by members, so that we're going to include that as part of our resolutions. So I wanted you to move a motion that we accept that these are the resolutions or not. But I'll do it. So do we accept and take these as resolutions for the, DSG?
Yeah, DSG.
Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
DSG can move the motion.
Please, yes.
So we know that as a region we are secure.
We've taken, very good.
Thank you. I stand to move a motion that we adopt the resolution of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Rai and your team, for having us something take home. Once again, join me to appreciate our rapporteurs for the job well done. And then allow me, on behalf of the organizing team and IUCEA management, first to thank our DSG. He has been with us since morning up to now. I think he removed all his political hats and he became a technocrat, has been with us here. And thank you for moving the vote of adopting the agenda. And secondly, our PSCs. I know PSCs are very busy civil servants. They have been with us since morning. This is a testimony that they are committed even to influence policy reforms that are coming out of these resolutions. So let's give a big round of applause to our PSCs, our national councils, and to all of you participants, the vice chancellors, rectors, principals, our partners, presenters, rapporteurs, etc., for being perseverance. It has been a long day, but we are proud that as IUCEA, we are very proud that we have achieved what we intended to gather the views of regional stakeholders in higher education as far as artificial intelligence and the data is concerned. So I think we have evidence to show that there is value for money for investing in this conference. Thank you very much to all of you. And lastly, I want to invite the Executive Secretary to come to the podium, to the high table. Or you want to speak from there?
No, it's fine. If you're
I would prefer it. We make it very formal so that you move there. Honorable DSG, I'm sure you have a word or two to say for the closing session. Chairperson. And Dr. Sylvie Mucho, the Vice Chancellor of Rwanda Polytechnic, who is representing our host, the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you very much. I would start by inviting the Executive Secretary to say a word or two as part of the closing, and then you'll invite the chair, and then you'll take over the whole session. And then finally, we'll ask our host to make a last word. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kosam, moderator. Honorable DSG, the representative of the guest of honor, the chairperson, permanent, and the principal secretary here present, the heads of council and commissions for higher education, vice chancellors, principal, our partners, colleague from the secretariat, all protocol observed, good evening. Mine will be very simple. It's just to appreciate. Thank you very much for your support. You can agree with me that this conference was timely, and indeed it was a success. For us, we have heard, we have seen, we have taken note of the resolutions that you have just approved, and as your council, as your institution, we are ready to implement. We only need some fuel for our engine to start turning in the way you wanted it to move. I have some take-home message. You know, we have got resolutions, but the chapeau is to be, you know, taken in a way and in a sense that it captures the whole context of this particular conference. Someone said, we shall not afford the cost of being left behind in this particular move towards the artificial intelligence. Otherwise, we shall lose our future as higher education. That's very important, and we really pick it. Someone also suggested that, and it is part of the resolutions, that we shall own the collection and the management of our data. So to own the collection and the management processes of our data means investing in our own facility, infrastructure. That means if we are to go to get a server, I'm not sure if we can get access to the cloud quickly as our own land there. But if we were to acquire physical servers, that really needs a heavy investment. And we shall come back to you, honorable PSCs, to seek your support once you are set with strategies on how we can move this. Otherwise, I thank you very much, and I wish you a nice evening and a safe journey tomorrow for those who are traveling tomorrow, or after tomorrow for those who are staying with us for the other function that is scheduled tomorrow. So thank you very much. I take this opportunity to invite the chair person of the Executive Committee of Inter-University Council for East Africa to come and give his closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Deputy Secretary General, East African Community, the representative of the guest of honor, permanent secretaries, Minister of ESA Affairs from partner states present, permanent secretaries, members of the Executive Committee of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, Vice Chancellors of the member universities, distinguished guests, partners here present, staff of IUCEA, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good afternoon or good evening. Yeah, on behalf of the Inter-University Council for East Africa Executive Committee and on my own behalf, I come here to express our sincere gratitude. And first of all, we would like to thank so much all attendants, participants in this meeting for the high level attendance. Your contribution, they were very, very exciting. Listening into the conversation, you realize this topic is well thought of, and it has generated lots of interest and a lot of needs of attention. I know that agreed upon points have been teased out and informed resolution that we have already adopted. We shall recast this resolution in terms of who should do what. Those that should be taken by our partner state directly, we shall package them well and pass them to our permanent secretaries. And those for attention of our respective universities, impacting on teaching and learning and research should be adopted by our universities, while those that IUCEA should take, they shall be also integrated in its activities. The good discussions have finally come to an end, and we think perhaps we need more days because of the interest of the topic that has generated. We therefore look forward to more engagement of this nature in the future. Allow me to thank, through the guest of honor, to thank the Minister of Education who has been with us and who officiated the opening of this conference in the morning. We thank also the chairpersons and the panelists who guided us through the discussions that shed light on different topics that were discussed throughout the day. In a special way, I would like to thank IUCEA, the Executive Secretary, and the entire team of IUCEA, together with the local organizing committee, for the excellent preparation and the putting up an international conference of this magnitude. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, be reminded that the annual general meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, on 28th June 2023, and it will be organized here in the same venue. Please attend all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to call this vibrant engagement to an end and wish you a fruitful evening in Kigali. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kosam, to remind me that I've taken over from you as MC. So it's my great honor to invite Honorable DSG to say a few things as we close this particular conference. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Prof. I don't think whether I will have a lot to say. First of all, I would like to thank everyone that came to this conference, from academia, from the government side, especially partner states represented by the PSs, either in the Ministry of Education or in the Ministry of East Africa community affairs, the private sector, and everyone that came to attend this conference. In fact, I think it is one of the few functions where participants come from morning to evening without dozing off and actively participating in the deliberation. Thank you so much for that. This shows the importance of the conference that we are conducting today. With these few remarks, I would like to say, safe journey back to your various places. Thank you so much.
Now, finally, I would wish to invite the representative of the guest honor and the host to formally close this meeting. But before I do that, I think we have been seeing Dr. Kosam requesting to really recognize and applaud for other people. He has been very supportive to us, so I would really request that we recognize his role in this whole conference by just clapping for him. Dr. Kosam, we are clapping for you. Is it that enough? Thank you very much. I wish really to recognize the role played, especially by the team working behind in the kitchen there. For anything that was done smoothly here, there is an engine behind there. So I would wish really to recognize their role. I want to, in a very special way, recognize the role played by my deputy, Professor Idris Rai. Please, can you clap for him? Maybe he did not get a time to introduce properly. He just joined the institution the last 6 months, for those who are not informed. So he's very energetic, and I hope he's a gift for IUCEA for the next 6 years to come. So now, it's my great honor to invite the representative of the chief guest to give her remarks and formally close the conference. Please welcome.
The Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community, the Permanent Secretary is here present, the Chairperson and members of the IUCEA Executive Committee, the Executive Secretary, Inter-University Council for East Africa, representatives of the IUCEA Development Partners, Vice Chancellors present here, distinguished participants, invited guests, staff of the IUCEA, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Education, Rwanda, I would like to express the deepest gratitude and appreciation for the collective wisdom, knowledge, and expertise that have graced this conference. Through the discussion, we have witnessed the power of collaboration and the potential that lies within this realm of academia is greatly appreciated. By coming together, sharing ideas, and engaging into thoughtful debates, we have not only enriched our understanding about artificial intelligence, including myself, but also laid the groundwork for transformative change that is needed within our universities to reach and to match the overarching demands of the fourth industrial revolution and labor market. The challenge we face are multifaceted and ever-evolving. However, it is in this forum that we find solace in knowing that we are not alone in our endeavors. The networks established will serve as beacons of support and collaboration in our collective pursuit of knowledge and progress. As we depart from this conference, let us carry on with a commitment to implement the ideas and the solutions that have been proposed from our deliberations. I take this opportunity to extend heartfelt appreciation to each and every participant, speaker, and organizer who has contributed to the success of this conference. We thank all the speakers and panelists for sharing your own experiences and enlightening us with a lot of insights into these subjects where some of us, I believe, need deeper explorations, including the establishing of an environment. Here we talked about policies and regulations, where AI and data sciences can make our institutions more impactful for the betterment of our communities and development of our nations. It has become important from the conversation here we had to come again on the subject of how do we train students how to learn, to produce quality human capital that will be relevant in a dynamic economy. As institutions, how can we create our own content? Leveraging research is important, but also development. We need to be able to balance funding and resource availability between the two. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, let us remember that our collective strength lies not only in the knowledge we possess, but also in the relationship we forge and the collaborations we foster, and which are enabled by these platforms. The Inter-University Council for East Africa stands as a testament to our shared commitment for excellence, and it is through our continued collaboration that will shape a brighter future for higher education. I take this opportunity to say that Rwanda Polytechnic is a new institution, very young, 6 years in its establishment. And it is my pleasure to say that we are joining, or we are applying to join into these, in the IUCEA network. And we look forward to the opportunities and the collaborations that will come out of it. Thank you for participation, and please do not leave without exploring our beautiful city. If it is your first time in Kigali, wish safe flights back to those who are traveling tonight or tomorrow. Thank you very much. Hey, sorry. Okay. Here I close the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sylvie Mucho, the Vice Chancellor of Rwanda Polytechnic, representing our chief guest for the closing session. I have 3 announcements. One, for participants who are facilitated by IUCEA, but you have not visited our accountants in the Secretariat room, you are advised to do so before you leave this room for your message to take back home. And then secondly, our